everybody. How is it going? I'm doing fantastically, and I hope you guys are too. I want to start off by welcoming everybody to the new year. I hope you guys are having a great one so far. We're a whole not even 12 hours into it, and I hope it's just going fantastically for you. So, today, tonight, now, here and now, we are starting the 2024 year in review. All right, hold on. Before we do this, let me. How loud is it? That's a little louder for me than I want. So we're just gonna turn it down a scooch. I feel like that's probably good for you guys, because I just want some background music while we do this, and I thought, you know what, let's pick an OST from a game on here. We'll probably change it up partway through, but an OST from a game on the list. Alright, first off, we're going to start with the 2024 tier list. This is going to be a tier list of every game I have played and streamed this year. But yeah, that's the list of them. A lot of them. There are, I believe, 145 of them. So we're going to start there, and we're going to work our way. We're going to go down this list. I figure this will take a minute to get through, because I'm going to have to justify. I already know. I'm going to have to justify each and every placement on here. And then we're going to do the top 10 list of 2024. Once again, every game I streamed this year is on here. So we will be... I'm not going to tell you what my top 10 are yet. You will learn that as we go. But I didn't want to narrow it down to some. You're just going to need a full top 10 breakdown. As we go through. And then, once everyone gets here, we're also going to have a top 10 community chosen games as well, and a top 10 community chosen clips. And yeah, I feel like that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to round out with the clips. We're going to finish off with that. We're going to start with the tier list. We're going to do tier list, my top 10, your top 10 clips. That's the plan. All right. So, starting off, Hidden Snails 2. All right, I'm going to put Hidden Snails 2 and Hidden Snails 1. 100 Hidden Snails 1 and 2. I know you might have a hard time reading that. I gotta turn this music down a little more. It is just... You know what? Maybe Banjo-Kazooie isn't the best OST to listen to. Who else do we have on this list? I don't want to just do Stardew, because I do Stardew a lot. I wanted to be something from this list. Here, let's try... Oh, hold that thought. Okay. Cat food was going off. I think this will work much better. Oh, the B-movie game will be high on the list. Don't worry. I will say this. I feel like cozy games have great music for things like this. For hanging out. Just need some background music while you do it, you know. Anyways, 100 Hidden Snails 1 and 2 are both, I'm going to say B tier. they're cool. It's neat how you find the snails, the picture gets colored in. The music is an absolute banger. I'm pretty sure there are 100 hidden animal games on Steam, all in this style. If I hadn't seen them like 8 or 9 years ago, I feel like I would assume they were AI just because of how many of them there are. But I think it's just one person who cranks them out in this style and then adds their music on top of it, which is cool. Yeah, there's hidden cats, mice, snails, dogs. There's 100 hidden snails, 1 and 2. There are so many of them. Actually, hold on. Now I'm curious. I'm going to... "100 hidden cats, snails, hares, mushrooms, frogs, turtles, dogs, fish, birds, mice, eternals, aliens, rams, cupcakes, gnomes, capybaras," which is coming soon. That's only been announced. "Cups, cats 2, frogs 2, birds 2, snails 2, pirates, Cthulhu fish." Hey Ponton, what's up? "Kitty House, Cthulhu fish 2, cartoon fish plus Imago, 100 hidden cats in games, 100 hidden kooky and hiking boots." Oh, I'm sorry. Hiking boots is the name of that pack. "Sand and Sun." All in that one person style. That might be the most prolific game maker of our time. Okay, anyways. A difficult game about climbing. Recovering from New Year's, very fair and very valid. I'm also, surprise, surprise, going to drop this in B tier. It's just exhaustion. Well, that's, at least it's not like a horrible hangover or anything. It's the little things. I'm gonna put that in B tier. I actually had a lot of fun with this game up until I had to stop. I wanted to finish it, but I feel like those are the games where if it takes more than one sitting, you're not meant to finish it. It was neat. It was fun climbing. It was cool doing one of the crappy meme games. I don't know, man. You should see how many games this 100 hidden games guy, or 100 hidden objects guy is pumped out. With his own music and animation behind everything. It's insane. No, I really like the difficult game about climbing. It tells you exactly what it is in the name. It is a difficult game about climbing. Also, Happy New Year's, guys. Wait, what game is Sam Jack? Do you mean Serious Sam? Did I play Serious Sam this year? I did. Or Jack and Daxter. Or, oh, Samurai Jack. Samurai Jack. That makes so much more sense. Yeah, we can go ahead and drop Samurai Jack, just so you make it. Alright. Samurai Jack. This is also going to go into B tier. I liked the game. I thought it was fun. It was cool going to all the different locales, meeting all the different people. I did really enjoy it. But nothing in it really stood out as super crazy or, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. You know, it was a very good, very solid game, but I wouldn't really say it was exceptional in any way. But it was a lot of fun. I would stream a similar game again. I have another Samurai Jack game I want to play at some point. It's on the PS2. Exactly. That's a really good way to say it. It feels like it's a good 2000s action game, and that's what it feels like. And that's all it needs to feel like. So in that regard, it does a wonderful job. So yeah, but I'm going to say solid B tier. All right, aggressive inline. This is gonna go down on. I'm gonna be generous, and I'm gonna put it on C. I feel like realistically it belongs on D, but I'm gonna put it on C because I remember playing the crap out of this game as a kid. It did not age the best. It doesn't control super well. It's a little janky, but I really like the soundtrack. Is a 10 out of 10 absolute banger. That's very fair. That's a very fair point. Um, yeah, usually if there's a game about a cartoon or anything licensed like that, it is usually non-canon for fun. So them having a legitimate canon one is pretty cool. Um, let's see. Aggressive Inline, absolute banger soundtrack. I like the way the levels are set up, where there's like destructibles and interactives, and you can kind of change things. That's really cool. I never had Tony Hawk Pro Skater as a kid because I didn't skate. I didn't inline. I didn't skateboard, but I didn't skate either. So I don't know why I had this game. I think I found it for like $5 or something. But I'm putting it on C tier mainly because of my childhood with it. But realistically, I think it belongs on D. Might have to reconfigure this list here in a minute. Alright, Alice Madness Returns. I'm also going to put this on C tier. Honestly, I feel like... Why is that F lowercase? Oh my god. I had fun with Alice Madness Returns, but a lot like Samurai Jack, it's a product of its time, and it doesn't feel bad, but it doesn't feel great. I can have a lot of fun with a game and still just not think it's the best game or it's super high on the list. Well, this isn't even like reviewing the games themselves. This is just like for the stream and stuff. But like, yeah, I think it's a C game. It's definitely good. I definitely had fun with it, but like, it's not crazy or anything. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of hate the whole, just because I've seen it overused so much, I hate the whole aesthetic of Alice Madness Returns. Right? It's like Midwest emo ruined Jack Skellington. That's just a fact. Well, it doesn't matter if they started it. I still hate it. I'm over it. I really enjoyed it when I was a kid. Like I said, when I was a kid, I would spend hours just skating around on the different levels doing stuff. I didn't know the characters were like you had to level them up individually, so I would just bounce between person and person. But I never really played Pro Skater as a kid either. But yeah, even if they started the aesthetic, I'm over it. Midwest emo ruined Jack Skellington, and whatever weird genre of style and personality is it that's the equivalent of for Alice Madness Returns. They ruined that aesthetic for me. So a game being in that aesthetic where it's just like, oh, it's gritty, it's dark, it's, oh, look at these giant shattering teeth coming at you. I'm just like, okay. You know, it's a product of its time, I understand, but still. I'm going to give... I'm going to get two. Okay, I'm going to put Alien Isolation. That's going to be our first A tier.
Wait, can I tell you something?
Oh, Cozy's up. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, just talking to Cozy for a second. Anyways, Alien Isolation, our first A tier game. I had a lot of fun with Isolation. I thought it was really cool. I hated when I got the flamethrower because that took it from being a horror game to being a, oh, I can fight off the alien type game. And once you give me the ability to fight in any kind of horror game, I am no longer scared. I'm like, okay, I have something I can do. I can usually, like, bullshit my way through 90% of whatever. And then if I need that, like, something to save myself in the last 10%, I will save myself in the last 10% with it. And I'm fine with that. The game went on just a smidge longer than I wanted, but I honestly feel like 80% of games are 30% too long. Like, if most games ended, I'm gonna say 10 to 30% sooner than they do, I think they would be better. But that is just a hot take for me. Anyways, Amnesia the Bunker is gonna be a B tier game. B tier. I liked Amnesia the Bunker. I thought it was cool. This was my first Amnesia game, and it was a neat concept. But much like I was just saying with games being slightly too long, I had to like go through the main bunker complex. Okay, cool. Then I had to go through these ancient ruins. Okay, cool. That's where the monster came from. And then I had to go through something else. I can't even remember what it was. And I'm just like, this is to open a gate to a bunker. So all of the things to open that gate should be in the bunker. It's this, okay, we've got everything we need to defeat the villain. Oh, wait, they kidnapped this guy. We have to save this guy first type thing that happens in a lot of games. That specifically used to happen a lot more in a lot of early 2000 games where you'd be right about to end the game and then some bullshit would happen to extend the game for 3 more levels. Thank you very much, Ponton. If you pass out, don't worry about it, man. Well, you know, to the extent of just falling asleep. If you pass out past that, you might want to worry about it. Happy New Year. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, sit back, relax. Enjoy the dulcet tones of my voice. Have a nice cup of tea. Whatever you need to do. Another Crab's Treasure, B tier. And I'm going to tell you why. Obviously, I'm going to tell you why. I'm not just ranking all these games silently. I thought the game was really fun. I had to turn on some of the accessibility options. I gave myself better parry and dodge windows, and I'm glad I did. The main issues I have with it, once again, goes on further than it needs to. I understand why they needed to for the story, but I still feel like that game... I turned this to white, why isn't this? I still feel like it's just like, this one's only maybe about 10% too long. Like, there's just like this last little area that I feel like wasn't entirely needed. The final boss I didn't like how it's just like, oh, run around, dodge, dodge, don't get hit, dodge. Wasn't a huge fan of that. And then the biggest thing that annoyed me about Another Crab's Treasure. Can somebody please tell me why it is impossible for indie game developers to not make a game be about depression? I thought we were past that stage. Hey, Daz, what's up? Happy New Year. I thought we were past the stage where every indie game had to be about depression. Apparently we're not, because... Sorry. That's because of how much fun it is to make games. It wasn't about depression when it started, and then it just turned into that from how much fun they were having. No, like... Every other thought I have about Another Crab's Treasure is overshadowed by the fact that It's just, oh, it's another indie game about depression. That's all it is. That's all it boils down to. You just took a really long and interesting way to tell the same story I've heard 150 times. And I understand, like, you want to tell, like, something people can relate to. You want to tell your journey with depression or something. I understand that. But, goddamn. If I only streamed indie games that were actually about depression in the end, I would probably never run out of content to stream for the next 1,000 years. It's not that bad, but there's a lot of them. And when that happened at the end of Another Crab's Treasure, I was just like, alright, well, that's real cool. I'm glad I spent all my time for that. If every other aspect of the game wasn't as good as it was, I'm going to deny that one, Ponton, but not because you mentioned it, but just because I don't want that. No, I don't want that to be something that's commonly talked about on here. So I'm just going to deny it for the obvious word. The H word. I appreciate it. Alright, now we have Anthology of the Killer, and guys, this is S tier. This is straight to S tier. Anthology of the Killer was probably one of my favorite games this year. It's gonna be on the top 10. I'll tell you that right now. It's gonna be on the top 10. I can't talk about this game, and me talking about this game is gonna make it clear it's on the top 10. But no, Anthology of the Killer. I don't know what it was about this game. It barely qualifies as a game. You move. I'm pretty sure you move with arrow keys or WSAD through the environment just to get new dialogue. There's not really gameplay beyond that. You get chased by like killers, but they always catch you no matter what. Like, there's not a lot to it, but I loved it. This game was I loved this game so much that it made me want to start a video game review channel, so I had an excuse to make a 15-minute video talking about how much I love this game. It was, I don't know why, I just thought it was a fantastic experience. From the art style to the story, more or less, the world that it's in, everything about it, I was just like, this is fantastic, I love it. I don't know what it was. It just, like, drug something out of my subconscious. But, yeah, Anthology of the Killer, if you haven't watched me play it, go get it on itch for, like, $5. It's a great game. Alright. Armorines, Project Swarm. We have... Let me look at some of these. Oh, let me look at some of these. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first F tier game. Armorines Project Swarm. That is a hot mess of a game. And one I could not play for very long at all. You play as like these futuristic super soldier marines, got Halo armor essentially, fighting giant bugs. Seems like a recipe for success, except it has the worst controls. It plays terribly. And honestly, it doesn't look great. It plays bad. It's just not a good game, in all honesty. And I don't think I had a lot of fun playing it. I don't really remember. Actually, tell you what, I'll give it D tier just because I can't remember if I hated it. It just made no impression on me other than being bad. So we'll upgrade that to D tier because I feel like F tier should be reserved for... So in my head, F tier is literally unplayable, doesn't work. right? Like, literally unplayable, doesn't work. Really, really bad, or just bad, I guess. Lower side of average, higher side of average, good, absolutely fantastic, amazing game, right? So, like, it technically works. It's just, even when it works, it's not good. So I'm going to put it on D tier. And again, it made no impression on me other than not being good. Astrobot, obviously, straight to S tier. Astrobot was one of my favorite games of the year as well. It was just so fun. I don't want to consider myself a Sony fanboy, and I try to, like, not, like, get overly in with them, I suppose. But, like, Astrobot was just good. It was cool seeing all these mascots for games that I grew up with, that I still play, that I played this year. All on there. I love their little configurables. Oh, hey, Daz. So what we are doing here is this is a tier list for all of the games I streamed in 2024. Astrobot is the best Mario game in the past 20 years. That's honestly an amazing way to put it and 100% accurate. Astrobot is the most Nintendo-style game that Nintendo didn't make. Recently. There might be an older one. But yeah, what we're doing here, Daz, if you are unaware, since you seem unaware, is the 2024 game tier list, where I'm going to be making a tier list of every game I played, every game I streamed, let me rephrase, every game I streamed this year. Afterwards, we're going to do a top 10 game tier list. My personal top 10. Then we're going to have a community voted top 10. And then we're going to have a community voted clips, top 10 clips of 2024. It's the year in review. No, Astrobot, super, super fun. Cute, adorable. I feel like Sony is missing out on a great opportunity. If they're not selling little Astrobots with little clothing I can put on them, if I can't buy like a naked Astrobot doll and then have to buy a separate $20 Sly Cooper costume to put on him, what is Sony even doing? That would sell like hotcakes. I would probably buy 30 different costumes. I'd make that a point redemption where it's like, oh, change Astro's outfit. Make him go from Sly Cooper to Jack from Jak and Daxter. He's like, I'm on it, buddy. Don't worry. Anyways, Astrobot, very, very good. Balatro, I don't even remember streaming Balatro. I'm going to put Balatro in B. B for Balatro. No, I'm only putting it in B. The game itself is absolutely amazing. And it... Why am I calling it... No, it is Balatro. Okay, yeah. I thought I was reading it. The game itself is fantastic, and I got hooked on it off-stream for a hot minute. Excuse me. But I don't remember streaming it. I just know I did because I double-checked. Yeah, like I said, the game is great, but I gotta remember the stream if I'm gonna rank it based on that, and I really don't, but it's such a good game, it deserves to be on at least B tier, I feel like. Banjo-Kazooie is gonna be an A tier game. It just is. It just is. It's classic N64, but it still holds up really well. It's great for my child, like... I remember being a small child and finally experiencing happiness when I got to play Banjo-Kazooie. My parents fighting in the background faded away. The things breaking around me. No, none of that happened. I mean, I did play it as a kid and it was very fun, but, you know. Anyways, Banjo-Kazooie. And it was so good to get back into it and play it and just explore the worlds and see how well it held up in 2024. Which I feel like it still holds up really well in 2024. I just had a lot of fun with it. It was good. Now, controversially, Banjo-Tooie, I'm going to take and put in B tier. It's... Hold on, I want to check one thing. This is... I can't do that. Okay, I want to switch those around. That's annoying me. Banjo-Tooie was really fun. I enjoyed it, and it was nice to play it because I never got to really play it as a kid. I rented it a couple of times, but I needed to sit down for 14 hours when I was, 8 years old to play this game. So it was really nice to get in and finally, like, play it and beat it and finish it and experience the game. That said, I feel like the high parts, the high points in playing Banjo-Tooie compared to Banjo-Kazooie are very similar. When the gameplay is really solid and really good, it feels like Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie are on the same level there. But when the gameplay is really bad and I'm not enjoying it, in Banjo-Kazooie, it's like, it goes from like A tier gameplay to C tier. But in Banjo-Tooie, it goes from A tier to D or F tier in terms of my enjoyment when the gameplay's not hitting. So I feel like, with Banjo-Tooie, its highs are still high, but its lows are lower. So it has to go down a little bit. But it was really fun to get in and stream it and play it again. Yeah. Alright, B-Movie the game. See, now this one... alright, you know what? B-Movie, B tier. That's where it's gotta go. Because, yeah, B-Movie was what we started the nighttime streams with. That was the first nighttime stream game, and boy howdy, what a weird, wacky, wild game that was. Took a few creative liberties with it, but it was an experience. Racing around the town, for whatever reason. I don't know why I needed to do that, but I could do it. I don't know why they needed to make a B-Movie game. I do, actually. It's because it took place during the PS2 era of gaming, where if you had a crackpot idea for a game, you could make a game. And I love that. I honestly do. So yeah, we're just gonna put that in B tier and leave it. Beyond Good and Evil. Also B. Oh, we can oh, thank God. I had that game for PS2 when I was a kid. I never played it. Well, I did. I just never... I used cheat codes. I didn't understand what was going on. Exactly. It's a classic 2000s game. I ended up... a classic fave. I mean, it's not a bad game. It's just... I don't know. It's not really what I was expecting or what I was prepared for. TBS, what's up, man? How you doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, my guy. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a great one. I'm, of course, doing fantastically. We're just hanging out, doing a tier list for the all the games I streamed this year. Got some top 10 stuff happening in a minute. Yeah, the sequel's been in dev hell for 20 years, which means it's basically never getting made, so that's cool. Yeah, no, like, honestly, the thing I thought coolest was going around taking pictures of the animals. That was my favorite part of Beyond Good and Evil. I just wanted to play, like, a free-roam Pokemon Snap. That's essentially what I wanted, and that game did that a little bit, so I thought that was really cool. I never finished the game. I was getting so irritated at the final boss that I went to Alt F4 the game and somehow accidentally Alt F4'd Streamlabs, which ended the stream when I just wanted to move on to a different game. So that was cool. That was a fun time. But other than that, like, the gameplay was fine. I know. Like, if you watch the end of the last Beyond Good and Evil stream, it makes me seem like I'm super pissed off. I was like frustrated, obviously, because I was like, okay, I'm just gonna Alt F4 this game. But I wasn't that mad where I'm like, I'm just gonna end the stream and go back to bed. Fuck. I was just like, all right, well, you know what? The fuck ever. I'm done. I'm out of here. Let's go do something else. And then I Alt F4 and it just like closes Streamlabs. I'm just like, cool. Cool. Day's going great. Hey, 2025 is a long year, baby. Who knows what'll happen? Alright, Bingle Bingle. Bingle Bingle. Also B tier. I have a feeling B tier is going to be thick with games. So Bingle Bingle BNB, because Bingle Bingle brought bits of bountiful boons by being bought and being believably blasé by being... Okay, I'm done. I can't do all B's. It's too hard. It's too hard. No, I liked Bingle Bingle. I thought it was cool. The name itself is 10 out of 10. Just the name Bingle Bingle is so good. I haven't actually played it since the stream, so maybe I'll like get on and try it, see what's updated later. But I like the idea. It's neat. I don't want to call it a ripoff of Balatro. We'll say it's inspired by. But if it is, they cranked it out super quick. But it's like a roguelike roulette. Which roulette is already kind of a roguelike. Because it's roulette. And then just the way it works, I think it's really good. I think they did a good job with it. It's fun. I enjoyed the stream of it. Killed a good few hours. I feel like I beat it on like my second or third go through though, and I don't remember how much harder it got afterwards. I feel like I thought that was an issue because I'm thinking about it now, but who knows? I certainly don't know. Regardless, Bingle Bingle B&B. Black Myth Wukong. Where are we gonna put you? Every time I mention it, Cozy boos. So that's, you know, F tier. Well, F tier is literally broken, unplayable, hated the stream. I'm gonna be a little controversial here, though. For everyone involved, Black Myth is also going in B tier. And it is, in every technical aspect, a fantastic game. I really enjoyed playing it for the most part. There were a few segments. The Snowy Mountain place, the third chapter, with the yellow Buddha, wasn't a fan of that one. That went on too long, and just wasn't great. The game did recover, like, level-wise from there. Oh, it's a good game. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. But, I don't know. After the third level, it just kind of took some of the wind out of my sails. And I'll tell you, I didn't end up beating it. I stopped at the final boss. I tried him a few times. But I had Souls fatigue by that point. You know, when you're just like, man, I don't want to dodge another attack. If I have to parry another sword strike, I'm gonna break my own leg. Like, I just want to play something else. That was my mindset when I got to the final boss. So, like, I never beat him. I feel like feasibly I could. It wasn't super hard. It was a two-phase, which kind of annoyed me. There are not a lot of two-phase fights in this game. Well, let me rephrase. There's not a lot of 2 health bar fights in this game, which I really, really liked. That's something I don't like in a lot of Souls games, where the boss has a health bar, you get through that health bar, and then they have a second full health bar that was just hidden away, waiting for the cinematic, so it could come out of nowhere and punch you in the neck. Black Myth doesn't do that a lot, which is really nice. You walk into the boss fight, what you see is what you get. I'm a fan of that. But because I didn't finish it and a few other reasons, I'm going to drop it in B. B is going to be thick, I'm telling you guys. Alright, now more B stuff. We got Bleakstead. Why do 2/3 of the games I streamed this year have B in the title? Well, not even in the title, just starting with B. We have Banjo-Kazooie, Balatro, Banjo-Tooie, B-Movie, Beyond Good and Evil, Bingle Bingle, Black Myth, Bleakstead, which coincidentally is also going in B. It was just a little indie horror game I found. I think I found it either on, or it's like Bark Souls. That's probably on here. So I have just realized the reason we've had so many B games, they go in alphabetical order. Because I had to find these pictures individually, I just saved them with the name of the game. So they're in alphabetical order. That's why we've had so many B games. We're in the middle of the B's. God damn it, I'm stupid. Anyways, Bleakstead, it was just a cool little indie horror game I found on, I think I saw it on YouTube and then found it on Itch. It was neat. It was like 45 minutes. I think it was free. All those things come together. That's the thing you don't know. All of these are, every single one of these games has actually been about bees. You just gotta read between the lines. Alright. Next up we have Botanicula, which I'm actually gonna put in A tier. The Botanicula is one of the Amanita games, which are point-and-click little puzzly games. I love the Amanita games. They're really fun. I love the style of them. But I'm usually terrible at them. But I wasn't with Botanicula. I don't know what it was, but for the most part, I was figuring out puzzles pretty quickly on my own, which was really nice. That was cool. I like that. It's nice to feel smart. I don't experience that a lot in my day-to-day life, so it's nice. But beyond that, it was cute. It had a nice little like story about, I don't know, seed people kicking off the evil from the planet. I don't really remember it super well, but it was cute. It was fun. It was nice. I was decent at it. I could solve puzzles, so it gets A tier. Buckshot Roulette, also going to A tier. Buckshot Roulette was just a neat game. It was very interesting, very conceptually very odd, but fun. I like the aesthetics of it, both the aesthetics and like the implications to society and the world, that it's like, this is how our game exists. This is the world within our game, where you play Buckshot Roulette to win $50,000 or something like that. And if you can get an ending. I don't think I did this on stream, but you can get an ending where you go to heaven, and it's all fucked up or something. I don't know. It's been a minute. But yeah, it's neat. And now there's like multiplayer. Like you can play against people, which is cool. Yeah, Buckshot Roulette. I can't wait for there to be a battle pass so I can get a special hat for my person. Chuchel, also going into A tier.
She's a bear.
What?
She trapped me and laid on my lap in the bathroom,
Oh.
and now I have to carry.
Oh. Uh, Chunnel of Love, whatever you want to call it. I really liked it. I thought it was fun. I like the aesthetic of it a little bit more. How it's just like, there's silly little guys. Look at them go. Oh, that's a silly big guy. Ha ha ha. But yeah, I liked it. It was fun. Another Amanita game, and I think it was pretty good at that one too. So we're gonna put that in A. Clap Clap, also going into A tier. I thought it was a fun horror game. I saw it making its rounds on YouTube. Didn't watch anybody play it because I was like, I want to play this. So I want to go into it blind. I thought it was fun. It wasn't a super long game, but it was like a neat experience. Games don't have to be long to be neat or anything. But yeah, Clid the Snail. That's a B tier game. It was okay. It was a top-down twin stick shooter. It was when I was doing that snail kick because I was trying to climb the Stairway to Sneven, which I want to try to finish that in 2025. There's still some snail games out there I haven't played. But yeah, I played Clid the Snail. I had Snail Sim picture in picture, so I could keep an eye on it. It was okay. It was a twin stick shooter where you play as a snail. There were new weapons and I think upgrades, and you got like a laser cannon. All the snails were named after Greek philosophers. Clid is actually Euclid. He was a mathematician, not a philosopher, but whatever, shut up. Yeah. Had a neat it wasn't the spiders. A spider was responsible for what was happening, but it was the leeches that were causing problems. I don't know. And then his people got wiped out, and then he had to fight some people. He had to fight a bat. I felt bad about the bat. The bat was cool, but I understand why it had to happen. All right. Anyways, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Man, some of these you gotta ask yourself where they belong. You gotta ask yourself where some of these games belong. Yeah, we're gonna go B tier. B tier is gonna be busting, I swear. Conkers, yeah, I'm gonna say B. It was fun. I enjoyed it for the most part. I finished it. I know I beat it. I never played it as a kid, which is probably good. At the very least, I know how I was as a child. That song where the guy's like, I am the great and mighty Pooh. I would have been singing that constantly as a child. Constantly. So it's probably a good thing that I didn't play this as a kid. I do remember it kind of took a weird and wild turn how you were like they were trying to kidnap you to be a leg for a table so a Panther King would stop spilling his milk. You end up going to like a wasp nest, a beehive, World War II, fight a giant shit man, outer space, and then your girlfriend dies and you don't bring her back. I don't know. There's kind of a lot there. But yeah, I'm gonna say C. Constantine, we're gonna put you. No, Conker's a B tier. Constantine though, that is going in C. It was weird. I don't think it followed the movie hardly at all. Yeah, I don't really have a lot else to say, but it was fairly repetitive. Pretty easy, I think, until it wasn't. I don't know. Corn Kids, we're gonna put in A tier. I thought Corn Kids was really fun. Corn Kids was one of the only games that I didn't finish on stream, but I came back and made a video of me finishing it and then posted that because I did want to finish the game. But it was a good little platformer. Very similar to Pseudo Regalia. I don't want to call them platformers, but I also don't want to call them Metroidvanias. I guess it is more of a platformer than a Metroidvania. But it's a good game where you got to do like intricate jumps and all that to beat it. It's like climb the tower and you got to bounce your way up there. I really like those games. I don't know if you want to call them platformers or Mario like. Well, Mario is a platformer, so if it's Mario like, it is a platformer. But they don't seem like. I don't know. But regardless, I really like those games, and I thought it was a good one. I got into it. I did have to like look up one thing about it, like where one thing was to beat a level, which was kind of hard to do because nobody's really played the game, which is a shame because it's fun. I would recommend it. Crab Champions also going in A tier just because I played that game. I streamed it once and then played it for like 3 weeks afterwards in my free time. It was just fun to get in to be a crab and see how crazy you could go. And the answer is very crazy. I think I just like gave up on a run because I was like, I can't be killed. I had like things stacked up where enemies would automatically take damage and then they would explode when they died and do elemental damage when they exploded. So I would just like spawn in and sit there and watch everything's health bar tick down as they approached, and then everything would blow up at once and my computer would lag. It wouldn't lag really, but you know what I mean. Alright. Creepy Tale, Some Other Place, or Creepy Tale 4. I don't know why they didn't just call you Creepy Tale 4. Also going to A tier. I love the Creepy Tale games. They're very fun. I like the aesthetics of them. It's cool to get in and see these like Slavic hell worlds. And I've streamed all 4 of them. Like, I think they're good. I enjoy them. This one was really short though. I didn't realize it was going to be so short. Which is fine. It was still good. I don't think I had to really look up anything for it, which is always nice in a puzzle game. Croc, Legend of the Gobos. You are going in C for Croc. So I wanted to play Croc, because I played Croc 2 when I was a kid. But I couldn't remember if I played Croc 1 or Croc 2, so I was like, I'm going to play Croc 1 because I'm pretty sure it was that one. It was not. It was definitely not that one. But I was like, you know what? We're here. We're going to play it. Played Croc. I think I enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure I enjoyed it. I think I beat it. I don't remember, though. I remember it not being terrible, but it wasn't what I wanted, and it's, it was that, yeah. I will say they are remastering or remaking Croc for like 2025 or something. I am gonna play that one. I want to play Croc 2 before it comes out, and then I want to play that one because look at him. He's just a little guy. He's got a tooth, just the one. Raised by the Gobos. All right, Cultic. I'm gonna drop that in B tier. It was a decent boomer shooter. I'm not going to go back and finish it at any point in time. I think I finished the first chapter. I'm pretty sure I finished chapter 1, but it's like one of those, it's going to be 5 chapters. Each chapter releases once a year or something, which, that's fine. I don't mind when games do that because I can understand why, from a dev's point of view, it makes a lot of... And it was a long chapter. Don't get me wrong. It took... If I finished it and it was a Wednesday stream, it probably took about 6 to 8 hours to finish the chapter. I'll put it like that. If I finished it. So it's like, it's not short, and I get why, from a dev's point of view, you would do something like that, where it's like, oh, I can release the game in 8-hour segments for $20 a piece, and then you get more money coming in over a longer term like that. You get a better chance to like get an audience. I get why you would do it. I just don't like games like that. Or let me rephrase. I don't like buying chapter 1 of the game knowing that I'll have to wait for chapters 2 through 5. I would rather just wait and buy all 5 of them at once, even if, I'm not going to pay $100 for the game, but, bundle them all together for 25 or something. I would rather buy it like that than episodically. I understand why you make it episodically or why it would be made episodically. I just don't want to buy it like that. And I didn't know that going into it either. Gesundheit. Okay, Dagon. This is like... Okay, so Dagon's going in B tier. Let's tell you that. It is a... Dagon is a book by H.P. Lovecraft, and this is like a visual interpretation of Dagon, which I think of all of the ones to do, Dagon is a really good one because it doesn't ever say like the thing that stood before him was indescribable and then proceed to describe it like Lovecraft loves to do. It's a good one where you get some good visual representation, some weird shit, but it's not so over the top where it's like, oh, so that's what an eldritch god looks like. I think you see a fish person, and that's about it. So I think that they picked a good story to do, or a good book to pick it off of. It looks great. I actually tried to stream it a while back, but I didn't, my old computer couldn't run it and stream it. It could barely run it. It looks absolutely phenomenal. It is also about a half-hour experience because it is a short story. Lovecraft didn't really write anything long, and the one long thing of his I read was involved a cat army coming to save the protagonists from aliens. Which, I mean, hey, I'm not gonna say no to a cat army. Anyways, Dark Souls. Dark Souls is going to be an A tier game because it's Dark Souls. Of course it's going in A tier. Got on it to help Store beat the game because my man's needed some help. It was nice to play it. I didn't finish this playthrough. I got 2 win, but I was like, you know what? I'm playing a not great holy build. So, you know what, Gwen? Congratulations. It's time for the Age of Dark. You win. I hope you're happy. But I helped a friend beat Dark Souls for the first time, and that's always a good feeling. Desync. B tier. I only got Desync because I heard all the Warner Brothers games were going to be delisted. So I was like, delisted? Desync. No, I was like, alright, well, let's see what they got. Because, I want to make sure I get any of these games before they go away forever. Got it, played it for one stream, never touched it again. It was an okay game. It was an okay stream. It's not any... It was made by Warner Brothers Studios, but it's not any, TV show IP or, cartoon IP. Like, Samurai Jack was already... I think that was made by Warner Brothers, but, that's like a pre-existing IP. I think they just made Desync to make it, which, I mean, fair. It was okay. It was fun. Alright. Divine Frequency. This was a demo, and because it's a demo, it's going in B tier. I really liked it, and I am going to play the full game when it comes out, but because it's not the full game, I'm only going to drop it in B tier for now. It's like a boomer shooter, but it's got like a weird eldritch twist on it. Like I killed some kind of lower god that was a giant slug thing in the beginning. Which, hey, neat. You can also punch things. I've punched eldritch beings to death, which that's always a good time. I'm really looking forward to playing the full game, though. That I really want to do. Let's see. Donkey Kong 64. Ooh. Oh, where does Donkey Kong go? I mean, okay, let's be real here. We know it's not going in F tier. We know it's not going in D tier or C tier. It's because it's Donkey Kong, right? But is it the B tier game? Is it an A tier game? And S? No, it's A tier. A tier. Yeah, Donkey Kong. No, it's Donkey Kong 64. It's a fun game. I don't think anyone would argue that it's not fun. I think it holds up decently well for 2024, considering how old of a game it is. That's one of those games too I never really got to play as a kid. I remember I played it once in a hotel for $26, and I got an hour of game time for that. And it was worth every penny. No, it wasn't. It was not worth it. But that's the only time I ever played it as a kid. I thought being able to swap between Kongs was pretty cool. I liked how different you had to do different things with different Kongs. I thought that was neat. I do wish you could hot swap, so I could just be running as Diddy, and boom, I'm Chunky, Cranky, Donkey, whoever. But yeah, Donkey Kong. Doom. Specifically the... Is that Eternal? That might be Eternal. Whatever. Either way, I feel like I'm going to put Doom in B tier. I know it's Doom, but I don't know. Especially... And I'm going to say this... No, that has to be Eternal because of the order I played them in. So I remember I said this when I played Doom. Eternal. They went a little too far with the wackiness for me. Specifically, the Capra Demon. Not the Capra, the Caca Demon. When you would run up and pop his eyeball out, it would make the most cartoonish sound effect ever. I can't even make the sound effect. That's how cartoonish it is. Like, I was half expecting a laugh track to play at any time. Which, yeah, you don't have to take the game super seriously. Like, it's okay for it to be, like, a little light at points. But my god, I don't want to hear, like, round of applause. Doom guy looks at it. Oh, I see the problem. You know, like, that's not what I'm after. But it's still a really solid game. It's just, you know, nothing super memorable as far as, like, my Doom streams. Dr. Muto, we're dropping you straight into C tier. Yeah, C tier. I played it for a little bit. Put like 4 to 6 hours into it. I feel like it was okay. It was... I get what they were going for. You know, it's a 3D platformer of the era. The PS2 era. You can turn into different things. You get DNA to be different animals, to do different stuff. Conceptually neat. I get what you're going for. There was a lot of game to play. And I beat the first boss, and I was like, you know what? That's more than enough. I think we've done it. Yeah, it's all right. That's about the best I can say. It could have been better. Duck Dodgers and the 24th and 1/2 century. You're also going straight to C tier. So I made it further in this game. Now as an adult, I made it further in that game as an adult than I ever in my life had as a child. And that was not very far. That was to like the second level. And I could not do anything on the second level. It was not a well-polished experience, which is extra funny because Duck Dodgers was one of those games I had in my mind where it's like, man, I can't wait to play these N64 games. Duck Dodgers and the 24th and 1/2 century. I can't do a good Daffy Duck, but you get the point. I was like, man, I remember running around that one area. I'm sure there were others, but that's the only one I can remember. Weird. Yeah, that's because there were other areas. I just never saw any of them because I was so bad at the game. And the game itself just isn't the best. Earthworm Jim 3D. I just realized. Yes, continue watching. Just realized the music stopped. Earthworm Jim 3D, C tier. It was equivalent to Daffy Duck, but just slightly different. Where you're just running around these levels. I mean, it's Earthworm Jim, so like, yeah, wacky, haha, coolness. I'm running around my brain because a crow guy made me lose my marbles. You know, I was into it. I liked it, but it wasn't well put together. I don't really remember much of the stream itself, but, you know, it's Earthworm Jim. Who doesn't love Earthworm Jim? Echoes of the Plum Grove, which is the soundtrack we're currently listening to. That's why I realized it stopped. I saw this and I was like, wait a minute, I don't hear music. Anyways, we're taking it to A tier. I hear Cozy in the background. Woo! No, I mean, I didn't stream it a lot, but I did enjoy what I played of the game. It's just, and that's my problem. That's why I don't stream a lot of Cozy games, because they take a long time. You know, I'm not gonna play a Cozy game and be done with it in 3 to 8 streams. It's gonna take legitimately a while. Is Ooblets a really long game? Okay, that's rude. I just hear Cozy from the office. For you. But yeah, no, I thought Plum Grove was fun. It was, you know, the farming was sufficient. It was interesting to go through the town, to lose my dear friends to the plague. Roland, I'll always miss you. More like Booblets. That's what I'm called. That's what I'm gonna call the next Ooblet stream. Thank you. Make that joke more like 10 times during the stream too. Don't worry. But yeah, Plum Grove was good. It was a nice, cozy game. But I can't get into cozy games on stream because they take so long. Evil Dead Regeneration. You know what? You're also going into A tier. Yeah, Evil Dead was just, it was a fun game. Yeah, Cozy's gonna hate that. Yeah, no, Evil Dead was a fun game. I enjoyed it. It was nice to sit back, relax, hang out with some people at night, talk about stuff while playing it. There's a little guy who's like he's like a wisecracking New Yorker guy who's got ADHD and he can't shut up for more than 3 seconds at a time. He's constantly talking. And honest to God, if that's not just my spirit animal, I don't know what is. I feel like that's just who I am on the inside. You know, on the outside, I'm Dakota. I'm like this guy, this sock that talks to you like this. Yo, but on the inside, I'm just this little guy. I'm just like 3 feet tall, and I'm just like, hey man, what's up? Hey, what's going on? They call me Sam. I'm a wise guy. I talk like this, and I talk all the time. I can't shut the fuck up. And you know, because a lot of times I can't shut the fuck up, so I do relate to that. Anyways, Evil West. God, we're. You know, Kels, this feels like a real pot kettle scenario. And I really hope I'm more than 3 feet tall, because every time I've seen you stand up, I feel like I'm at least twice your height. So unless I got the leader of the Lilliputtins here, we're gonna say I'm a correct 6 even. Oh, she was. As soon as I said that. Okay, well, yeah, man, damn, maybe I am only 3 feet tall. If you're admitting to only being 1.5 feet tall, then maybe I am only 3 feet tall. I am just a little guy. Really blindsided me with that one. Alright, Evil West. I am going to drop this one in A tier as well. I had a lot of fun with Evil West. Man, just a teeny tiny little guy. Just having fun. No, Evil West was cool. I thought it was a nice, like, action-y, not too difficult vampire fighting game. There was one bit towards the end that got, like, a bit much, but for the most part, I think it was pretty good. I enjoyed electric fist fighting vampires and punching them and shooting them and whatnot. I'd play a sequel to it or something. I like how you guys know what you're talking about, but I have no idea. But I hope you win your surprise-o-matic draws. Alright, the Exit 8. Oh, Infinity Nikki. Maybe. Maybe. It would be horrifying? Alright, well, that's rude. You're probably right, but it's still rude. Alright. Exit 8. I'm going to drop this on A tier as well. I really liked Exit 8. I thought it was really cool to circle the platforms. It was the first, like, anomaly hunt game I played. So I thought it was just neat to be like, okay, what's wrong here? What little thing is off in this one? You know, sometimes it was something obviously, like floodwaters, or the walls are bleeding. Sometimes it's a man who patterned his body to look like subway tiles pressed up against the far wall, so when you get close to him, he springs out of nowhere and sprints after you and makes you scream like a little bitch. You know, life is a mystery. Yeah, that's how I get dressed every day. I put all my clothes, everything, every single article of clothing I own, I put on in a big pile on the ground. I roll around in it, and the first of everything I put on is what I put on. Life is a mystery, and then you die. I'd wear that t-shirt. Looking like a stylish challenge 24/7. I'm gonna go pee on all of your clothes. That's what I'm gonna do. And then I'm coming for you, Kels. I'm gonna pee on all your clothes, too. I think I mentioned it on stream, but I don't think I showed pictures or anything. So Cozy got me 2 amazing shirts. They are... One of them is... Yeah. Yeah, I am. And yeah, I will. Those will be my clothes when I'm done. I do threaten it a lot. Anyway, she got me 2 shirts. One is like a baby blue, light blue shirt, and it says, "My love language is you believing I had nothing to do with the JFK assassination." And it has an airbrushed picture of the JFK assassination. It is beautiful. And then the second one is Billy Ray Cyrus and Panera are conspiring against me. And it has a picture like Billy Ray and Panera Bread. I love them. I love them both. Where were we? Oh, yeah. The horror series that I can't remember the name of. Okay, spoiler alert. All of these. So we've got Home Alone. We've got House Sitting. Ironwood Lookout. Why do I remember the name of that one? Stopped at a gas station. And other. Look, I don't want to say you're right, but I also don't want to say you're wrong. So we're just going to leave it. I'm just not going to acknowledge it. That's what I'm going to do. Anyways, all the horror series, the Forensic Files, whatever this series is called, I'm going to put all of them in B tier. I liked it. I thought they were fun games. I got spooked at a couple of parts, but for the most part, I don't think they were that overall scary. I mean, I don't know. There were a few parts I definitely remember, like, oh shit, I gotta be quiet. It's tense. It's good. But yeah, I feel like B tier is a pretty good place for them. Once I played a couple of them, I felt like I played all of them, and nothing so wild happened where I was like, ah, man, this is... But yeah, B tier. Final Fantasy 16. B. B tier immediately. It was an okay game. The gameplay was fantastic. Phenomenal. I loved the gameplay. I have never seen a game, and I said this when I streamed it, I've never seen a game get more in its own way with cinematics and cutscenes than Final Fantasy 16. Shut the fuck up and let me play the damn game you made. And yeah, they front-loaded a lot, so by the time you get towards the end of the game, it's not as much stuff. But still, it's just like, they don't stop talking about things sometimes. Like, literally, there was a cutscene. That's how some of them are. This one was worse than the others. I, like, did some quick math, and I'm pretty sure the game is, like, 20% cutscene. 20 to 30% cutscene. Anyway, like, there was towards the beginning of the game, there was a slight cinematic. You beat up some people, you hop down, like, a cliff. You hopping down the cliff is a cinematic. You walk 30 feet, and another cinematic triggers. Literally, you walk 30 feet, don't interact with anything, you just exist, and a second cutscene triggers. Why not just make both of those one cutscene, and then... Or just make no second cutscene, because the second cutscene was like, hey, you see those ruins over there? They used to belong to the Ancient Empire. They're all over the place. That doesn't need to be a cutscene. That is a walking conversation you have. But, more to the point, store. Hold on, let me check something. Let me specify 16 here. Final Fantasy 16, all cutscenes. If I Google it, or it's on YouTube, it is 17 to 28 and a half hours. That's kind of a spread here. So we've got one at 17 hours, one at 20 hours, and then one at 28 hours. That's in the top 3. Okay, so actually there's a few more that are 20 hours. So we're just gonna check something real quick. So let's say there are 20 hours worth of cutscenes in Final Fantasy 16, which sounds accurate. How long is Final Fantasy 16? When focusing on the story, is about 38 hours in length. 81 if you want 100% it. So if that's accurate, if both of those numbers are accurate, the game is more than 50% cutscene. Which I know that's not entirely true, but I would believe it is at least 20% cutscene. If that game is supposed to be right around 40 hours long for the story, it is probably 1/5 cutscenes. Because I remember there was one that was more than 20 minutes. There was a save spot in the middle of it. There was like a half-hour long cutscene. Because I had to stop playing, go get ready for work, and then like in the stream after that cutscene was finished, while I was dressed like for work and not just in my pajamas. Anyways, Futurama the game. You are also going to be in B tier because Futurama was fun. It was a good game, but it wasn't. It was a mid-2000s PS2 game. You know, it was cool to sit back and hang out with you guys and play Futurama. I almost finished it. I got to the final boss. But, you know, it's not anything special. It's kind of weird. Okay, so Bender's thing makes sense. Leela's Kung Fu makes sense. Bender's like being a robot and beating people up makes sense. Fry just gets guns. I don't remember Fry ever using a gun in the games. Or in the show. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't seen a lot of Futurama. Alright. Gato Roboto, also going in B tier. Gato Roboto was pretty fun. I enjoyed most of it, but I remember there was one certain boss that I was like really struggling with. And then I Googled it, and so many people were bitching about this boss. And a lot of people were like, yeah, it's a bullshit fight. You just got to get through it. And I was like, no, I don't just got to get through it. So I stopped. But yeah, I'm gonna say it's a B tier game. It was okay. It was all right. Gears of War the remaster, B tier. It's Gears of War, man. It was cool to hang out for a little bit, play some Gears, you know, live it up. That was the first charity stream I did, which was neat. But yeah, it's Gears of War. You chainsaw some people. I'd like to play the others, but they're not on PC, which is really weird. Well, some of them are, but not 2 and 3. Or 4 might not be on PC either. I don't remember. Ghost Hunter. You're gonna go on C tier just because I don't remember most of you. Is Ghost Hunter the game where I fought the weird swamp monster as a ghost? Or was that a different one I played? I honestly don't remember. Oh, let me look through these others real quick to see. Okay, yeah, I think that was Ghost Hunter, where I had to go to, like, different worlds to get my partner back. I was the stereotypical cop from 2003 with the spiky hair and the goatee and the sarcastic attitude. And there were vaguely racial stereotypes. Alright. Hold on, is this... The God of Wars, I think, are in the wrong order. Let me... Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do these in the correct order. God of War 1 is gonna be B tier. I had a lot of fun with God of War 1, but it... I'm going to put 2 in B tier as well and then talk about these. Oh, let me think where I want to put 3 real fast. Three is gonna go. I'm trying to decide if I want to put it in A tier, if I want to put it in B. No, I'm gonna put all 3 of them in B tier. God of War franchise, the PS2 one, it's still good. It's still fun, but like, I don't know. They play differently than I remember, and they're definitely products of their time. Like with Kratos, literally just like you sleep with Aphrodite to get experience, or the 2 girls on the boat, or the 2 hidden girls in the first one or the second one that I didn't find. Like you bang chicks to get experience, only in these very certain circumstances, but still, it's very early 2000s. Machismo, big muscly guy. Kratos is angry all the time. He's got a goatee. And like in the third one, I will admit they tried to like expand it a little more to where they tried to like give him some more depth, and they definitely do in the new games, in the PS5 games. They definitely get PS4 and PS5 ones. They definitely do give Kratos some more depth, but in this one, they're working on it. It just doesn't go super great. 2 and 3 are also a lot shorter than I remember them being. One was I feel like twice the length as 2 was. But maybe that's just because 1 didn't play as well, so it was like a harder game. I don't know. But yeah, 1 felt much longer than 2 or 3 did. 2 and 3, it felt like I walked through the game super fast. 3 ended, I thought I had another stream and a half left of 3, and it was just over. But overall, the games are, they're a product of their time, but they're not bad. It was fun to go back in and replay them. Granny Sim is going straight to A tier just because I have never had so much fun throwing furniture at toddlers in my life. And I've thrown a lot of furniture at a lot of toddlers. Trust me. It was a good time. It was nice to get on with friends and run around and be stupid and be idiots and watch Granny go Hulkamania and pick up the toddler and chuck him through a wall. What? That what? Oh, she didn't say anything. Weird and wild stuff, man. Weird and wild stuff. But yeah, Granny Sim was a lot of fun. Gonna try to play that again in 25. Alright, Grizz. I feel like Grizz is gonna be a B tier game. It was fun. It was neat. It was about a girl's emotional journey accepting her death. Or accepting that she's dying. Something along those regards. Which, alright, yeah, fair, fine. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Getting, like, color back or whatever you did in the game. I don't super remember. I did really like the art style of it. I thought it looked nice. Running around on spindle legs and stuff. Half-Life 2. We're gonna drop Half-Life 2 off in A tier because I thought it was a fun game. I had a lot of fun with Half-Life. It's Half-Life. It's a classic. 2 was interesting. I played the Orange Box as a kid on Xbox, but that's really it. I never really played. I never finished the Orange Box either. So it was nice to get in and finish it. It's Half-Life 2 Episode 2, to be precise. So it was cool to get in and actually kind of finish Half-Life to the best we can. Yeah. All right, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is actually going to go down here in B because it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a much worse experience than it was. I was actually able to finish the game, which I know I didn't do as a kid. It played okay. So I will say the background children looked like sleep paralysis demons. That's the best way I can describe them. But the game itself wasn't bad or anything. It was a little confusing how you had to go look for your potion ingredients, but it never made it seem like you were supposed to when you did. But it still played decently. It was a pretty fun time. I do want to, at some point, go back through and play some more of the old Harry Potter games and see which ones are super bad. All right, Haunting Ground. You are going straight to C tier, and be thankful you're not in D tier. So Haunting Ground, I have a lot of opinions about. So to give you an impression of Haunting Ground and why it should be thankful it's not in D tier, the only reason it's not in D tier is because it is a functioning game. Actually, no, I am going to move you down to D tier. Because, so it starts off, you play as what I believe is a 15-year-old girl. I can't remember if it specifically says that she's 15, or if it's implied, or I'm making that up, but she is, at the very least, less than 20, because she is referred to as a teen girl on more than one occasion. So at one point you do save a dog, and the dog becomes your friend and will help you. So that's slightly redeeming. However, when you wake up as this 15-year-old teenage girl, you are in a nightie that... No, you are wearing a sheet. You're wearing a bed sheet. And then you get clothes that are somehow more revealing than the bed sheet was. The first enemy you encounter is this giant guy, and I hate him so much. Okay, so I'm actually gonna move this game back to C tier because it is a horror game that made me feel actual terror. I was scared. I remember this now. I was scared in this game. So I'm gonna move it back to C. Because your first encounter with this guy is he throws his doll from around the corner and you get knocked over. And your character is wearing a skirt, so it's doing the classic thing where, like, she's laying down, like, vulnerable. I know. But I did feel actual terror when this guy was chasing me, so I gotta give it some credit, right? Anyways, she's knocked down, and he, like, lumbers around this corner. He's this giant guy who you can clearly tell is supposed to be very, like, mentally challenged. It's not a good depiction. Like, it has not aged well. But he grabs his doll, he picks it up, and he looks at her, he looks at the doll, he's like, huh? And he looks at her, he's like, huh? 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 And then he laughs, throws the doll over his shoulder. I'm pretty sure he licks his lips while he looks at her and starts chasing after her. And I was just like, ew, no, get away from me, oh my god. And then the dog shows up later and saves you from him. But yes, that game made me feel actual fear. I was legitimately scared when I was running from that guy. Oh god, no, I just remembered. Oh. At one point, he catches her. No, you're going back to D tier. You're going back to D tier because I would choose the bear. No, I get choosing the bear. Because, no, you go back to D tier because if you get caught, I got caught once and exactly what you think happens, happens. Because there are sound effects and then it ends with just a sound, like a splurt noise. And I was just like, oh, no, no. Mr. Mosquito is on here twice. I just realized. Sorry, that just caught my attention out of nowhere. Yes, so if you get caught by the guy, the exact thing you think happens, happens. So, and I hate it. I hate it. But yeah, Haunting Ground, D tier, because it's fucking creepy. But it did also put the fear of, like, I was scared. I was scared, guys. Simpsons Hit and Run. Moving on. Simpsons Hit and Run. That's going to A tier. Did I finish the game? No. Could I finish the game? I did once as a child. I don't know if I have it in me to do it again. It was neat. It was fun to go in and do the races and experience the stuff that made me mind-numbingly angry as a child. And then I just did it. I was just like, alright, I'm just gonna do it. But I didn't beat the game, though. But it's still really fun. I still really enjoyed playing Hit and Run. So that's gonna go to A. Jak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier. I'm gonna put that in B tier. So I actually wanted to play that because a friend of mine, I was talking to a friend of mine, it's like, oh, I'm playing all the Jak and Daxter games. They're like, stay away from The Lost Frontier. It's terrible. I'm like, okay. And I was like, oh, cool. I'm going to play this game because it's terrible. And it was okay. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. It was a Jak and Daxter game. It was about what I expected from them. Yeah, it was just Jak and Daxter, man. I don't know what you want. Jimmy Neutron, boy genius, you are dropping straight into D tier as well, buddy. More like Jimmy Neutron, boy, it's not a good game. Ha ha ha. No, it was alright. We didn't... You don't really, like, you just collect things and nothing really happened. Thank you. Thank you for that. I know it was good. But it was like, it barely held together. I think I had to like restart it after an hour and a half, and that's why I stopped. I was just like, no, we're done. But yeah, be better, Jimmy. Be better. Okay. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is going to be, let's be real, it's going to be in B tier. I really liked it. Actually, I thought I had a lot of fun playing it. I think it's a good game. But I don't like Dragon Ball. I don't play Dragon Ball Z. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. I've never been into Dragon Ball Z. It's just not my thing. But that said, I like this one because it's because I'm lame. Yeah, you're one to talk, buddy. You're one to talk. I did really like Kakarot because it's not just a fighting game. You get to like fly around and collect stuff and train and get yourself better and level up, and it's semi-open world. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z, more like Dragon Ball B. Thanks for that. I needed to steal that. That was a good one. But yeah, no, I like the open world fly around part of it. Thank you. Thank you. I worked really hard on these jokes. I definitely don't just steal them from you guys. Lethal Company, I am controversially also going to drop in B tier. Not because of the game itself, but just because of the stream. There are a few of them. I'm like 80% of the funny guys here, just not to brag. I'm sorry, I can't read that. It's all squiggles to me. You were saying good one to me. Okay, thank you. No, Lethal Company, I won't. I won't. I'm the worst at self-regulating. I have no impulse control. I can't keep myself in check. If I gotta triggity check myself before I riggedy wreck myself, I'm just gonna get riggedy wrecked. I can't help it. Anyways, Lethal Company. I only streamed it the one. No, I might have streamed it a couple of times with Cozy. I'm not sure. Regardless, I didn't stream it a lot, but it's Lethal Company. It's fun. You get in, you run around, you get eaten by a monster, you make 20 bucks. And isn't that the American dream? Isn't that what our grandfathers fought and died for? I'm asking, isn't it? I didn't pay attention in history. Lighthouse Keeper. You're going to D tier because you're not even a game. You're just like some old schizophrenic alcoholic Estonian lighthouse keeper telling me a story while he flashes a strobe light in my eye. That's all that was. I don't even... The only reason I know that this happened is because I'm still traumatized from experiencing the game. Air quotes, the game. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. Manuel Samuel. We'll drop you in B tier. That was fun. Having to manually control everything, to blink, to breathe, to speak, to be. I didn't do great at the game, and I feel like I was about 12 years too late to play it, but... Cruz! What's happening, man? How you doing? What's poppin'? What's locking? Poppin' locking? No, that's not... What? What's happening? Anyways. Yeah. Maximo, Ghost to Glory. Man, you're going into C tier. I hate to break it to you, Maximo. I was excited to play Maximo. I remember Maximo from when I was a kid. I was like, man, this is going to be great. We're going to go in. We're going to save all the witches. We're going to get all the kisses from them so we get the powerful thing at the end, so we get the true ending. And then I got 3/4 of the way through the game. I was just like, man, this is horrible. This is a slog. Bleached the hell out of your hair last night, went platinum, and you're going to dye your tip spread? Alright, hell yeah. I'm going to do the same thing today with my shoulder length hair. I'm not. If I did something like that, I would wake up in the morning, look at myself in the mirror, and scream because I would not recognize me. Fun fact, the first time I saw my girlfriend with her hair straightened, I did not recognize who she was. It was before we were dating, but, like, I was walking up towards where she was, and from, like, 30 to 40 feet away, I was just watching her the whole time, and I was just like, who the hell is that? And then it took until I was, like, within arm's reach to be like, oh my god, that's Cozy. Like, if people change a slight bit of their appearance, I do not know who they are anymore. Have you seen those videos of, like, haha, I gotta shave, I have had a beard the entire time my toddler's known me, I'm gonna shave it now, and the toddler freaks out because they don't recognize that person? That's me, I'm that toddler. Like, if Cozy got a haircut and it was, like, wildly different than she has now, I would come home, be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I don't know why my key let me in the wrong apartment. I'll just leave, and I would go before she could stop me. I would be a mile down the road, and she'd be calling me, and I'd be like, babe, I'm freaking out, I don't know where we live anymore. Help. And she'd be like, you came home and left. That's on brand. I know it is. I know it is. I am who I am, and I can't hide who I am. Anyways, hold on. I don't want to get too distracted here. Metal Hellsinger. You're going in B tier. You are a fun rhythm game where you fight demons. The problem is, I am white, and I don't have rhythm. Well, you know what? God bless that one dude for the costume changes and putting in all that effort. Because that is very kind of them. That's so much for so little. Milk inside a bag of milk, 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 inside a bag of... You're going in C tier? Just because... Man, Cruz, the crazy thing is, I've never even seen Cozy and all those people in the same room at the same time. The crazy thing is, I've never even seen Cozy. She's also being very quiet right now, so I'm a little concerned. God, maybe it is a schizophrenic hallucination. Oh god, that's unfortunate. Anyways, milk inside a bag of milk, inside a bag of milk, inside a bag of milk, inside a bag of... Oh, there she is. Yeah, crazy thing is, I'm blind. That would be the ultimate reveal, though, wouldn't it? If after all these years... I've been streaming for, like, what, 3 years now? After all this time, I was just, hey, guys, surprise. I'm blind? That would explain why I'm so bad at games sometimes. Anyways, The Milk is just... It's a visual novel, and it's a very meta, weird one at that. But it's not technically bad, so I'm just going to drop that and see. The crazy thing is just me. I'm not a thing. I'm a human. I have thoughts and feelings and emotions and opinions. Now, alright, Minute. You're a sock? That's... God damn it, you're right. Minute... I'm actually going to put Minute in A tier. Minute was really fun. I am just a sock on a screen. Truly, I am a sock suffering from delusions. But what monster puts eyeballs and a mustache and a little shirt on a sock and expects it not to want to live? That's all I want. I don't want to smell like feet all the time. Minute was super fun. I loved... If mother was a sock, my father was a sock, my grand... Hey, I'm 1/8 belt on my father's side. I was going to say underwear, but I'm like, I don't want to be 1/8 underwear. That does not sound like an improvement. Minute. I thought Minute was really cool conceptually. How you have 60 seconds to beat the game, but you can make some like meta progress as you go, so the next run's a little faster and you know what to do. Because it still took, you have a minute to beat the game, but it still took like the better part of 3 hours, I'm pretty sure, for me to get that minute set up right. Which is really neat. It's like a, I don't want to say better version, but it's a different version of Deathloop. Oh, Cruz. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. When the puppet is closed, I can see how you think that's a mouth. Like, I'm looking at it and I can understand how you see that's a mouth. But I like how you're like, oh, when he talks, he just moves his whole head up. That's extra funny because I know you've seen me. I'm pretty sure you've seen me, like, with my face cam, so you know I have a mustache. All right, Mr. Mosquito, which is somehow on here twice. I don't understand that. Yeah, exactly. Like, Canadians from South Park. I just flat my whole head around. Uh, Mr. Mosquito, you are also going on D tier. Mostly just because we're gonna call this the teenage girl rule. No, that's a terrible rule for it. It is, to be fair. I just throw my head back wildly. So Mr. Mosquito, the first level, you play as a mosquito in this family's house. Yeah, we're gonna call it the bear rule. That's a very good point for it. Good idea. Good name for it. You start off, you're a mosquito in this family's house, and your goal is to bite them to get blood. You start out in the teenage daughter's room. They never give her an age, they just say teenage daughter. But there's only a 2-year window where that goes from being inherently creepy to really concerning. Right? Like, if you were playing a game and you have to interact with an 18 to 19-year-old person in any capacity, depending on what you're doing, it could be weird, right? Like, I'm playing as Mosquito, flying around the room, sucking blood off her legs and stuff like that. So it's weird. It's already weird conceptually, but it's not really concerning yet. Head out, just wanted to pop in for a few. Well, I appreciate it, Cruz. Have a great day. I hope your hairstyle goes exactly how you want it to. I hope it looks exactly like what you want. Hugs back to you, man. Good luck. Happy New Year. All that good stuff. But anyways, Mr. Mosquito, you start out, you're in this girl's room, and because you're a mosquito, eventually she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna squash this mosquito. I'm gonna smash him." So she gets up, and you have to hit people in these pressure points to make them not be angry, to calm them down, so that way you can continue to suck their blood. Her pressure point is her uterus. So I got a headbutt her in the ute as hard as I can, as a mosquito, which isn't super hard, admittedly, but, we're going to drop the other Mr. Mosquito here off on F tier, D tier as well. But it's still really weird. Second level, you're attacking the mother, and I'm like, okay, let's see how this goes. Her weak points are the ute and the back of the leg. And I'm like, okay, so it's like the ute and the calf. And by this point, we're noticing a pattern in the chat when I'm playing it. And I'm like, all right, the third level is probably going to be the dad. Let's see what you got to do for the dad. Maybe you got to hit him in, like, the lower tummy, and it's just, like, poor placement for the female models. I could excuse that, right? I could see that happening, where they're just like, set it up on the guy, and then copy and paste it to the women, and, it's poor placement, well, we got to ship the game. I wouldn't think it makes it better necessarily. It would make it better, actually. I don't think it excuses it, but it explains it. So I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. No, his pressure points are like his arm, his leg, and his chest or something like that. His shoulder. Not anywhere questionable. So I'm like, okay, well, that's already really concerning, but it's not a deal breaker necessarily. And then we go to the third level, which involves us harassing the teenage girl while she's in the bath. And I'm immediately like, no, we're not doing that. That's not a good idea for a cavalcade of reasons. So yes, because of the bear rule, Mr. Mosquito, we're dropping you down to D tier. Mouthwashing. You are going straight up to A tier, mon frere. Mouthwashing was a fantastic experience. It was interesting. It was unique. It had twists in it that you did not see coming. It was depressing. It was dark. It was a fantastic game. Actually, you know what? Mouthwashing, you're going up to S tier. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, mouthwashing is S tier. That's facts. Nightmare Creatures, I'm going to put in C tier. I'm gonna put it in C tier. I don't think Nightmare Creatures is necessarily a bad game, but it is an old PS1 game, and it has not aged really well at all. It's like a Dark Souls before they were trying to be a Souls-like before Souls-like was really a thing. I feel like with the dodging and whatnot, and it's just PS1 hitboxes, PS1 graphics. It might be really good, but I can't play it. Nightmare Cart, we're gonna drop you off in A tier or B tier? What's it gonna be? Or A? What's it gonna A? What's it gonna B? What's it gonna B? What's it gonna A? A tier. It's Nightmare Cart. It's Bloodborne inspired racing. How am I not gonna put that in A? It's actually fun too. It's actually like good racing. Well, I say it's good racing. I don't play racing games. So it might be great racing. It might be dog shit racing. I'll never know. But I really liked it. I had a lot of fun playing it, and I'm glad I did. Oh, plus it has a hidden ending, much like actual Bloodborne does. You just gotta go do stuff that I didn't have the patience to do to get it. So, also really cool. Nine Souls, I gotta put that in B tier, just because I never finished that game. It's a good game. It's a good Metroidvania, but I started it at a terrible time because when I started it, I was like, man, I don't want to play a hard game. And then I started a hard Metroidvania, which I should not have done. I would like to, at some point in time, go back and finish it. Will I? Who knows? Maybe. Maybe not. Probably not, in all honesty, but I really want to, so I might. But I'm gonna say it's a B tier, just solely based on the fact I didn't play past like 4 hours. Oblivion. Oblivion is an A tier game. Oblivion is always A tier, even without going crazy with mods. It's still just fun. I'm really enjoying the nighttime streams and getting on Oblivion for like an hour with you guys, hanging out, punching some stuff, dying like 7 times. It's great. But yeah, it's Oblivion. I don't need to ramble about Oblivion for a minute. It's good. Okay, so now we have Obscure here and then Obscure Aftermath over here. Okay, so because of the bear rule, Obscure 1 has to go in D tier. Because this is a rule we're going to have to judge games by now, because I feel like it's an appropriate judgment of games. You play as high schoolers. It is specifically stated you are high schoolers in a high school. And there is at least one moment where there is an upskirt shot. Which, again, the bear. Considering this was not made by high schoolers, this was made by a professional game studio, which means men in their, well, considering it's an early 2000s game, I'm going to say men, there were probably very few women involved with this, from their 20s to like 40s probably. Why are you making a game that has a upskirt shot of a high schooler when you're in your 20s, my guy? What? So because of the bear rule, I'm going to put it in D. I am going to say, though, the creature design, the body horror of these games is phenomenal. And Obscure 2, I'm going to put in C tier. Mostly just because... So, both the games play pretty well. Obscure 2, I will say, the body horror in Obscure 2 is so good. It is really good. It takes place at a college, which makes it way less creepy, just off that stuff. There's actually like some unexpected stuff that goes on, some surprise deaths that you don't see coming, which I think is neat. I will say, so in the first game, there were like 4 or 5 people you could switch between to play as, but when one of them died, they stayed dead. You could still beat the game with any combination of them dead as long as one of them was alive, I'm pretty sure. I kept all of them alive, but I thought that, and you could play with friends, and I thought that was a really neat concept of, you can try to keep everyone alive, or you can like have one die and try to progress still, because everybody had different skills. Like one guy was really good at lockpicking, and another guy could smell bacon from a mile away. I don't remember what they could do, but they could do different things. So I thought that was cool. Similar, very similar in Obscure 2, but if one of them died, then you had to like reload. A big problem I had with Obscure 2 is I played the game, thought I beat it, got the final got credits to roll, sat through the credits because I was like, I feel like there's an after credit scene about to happen here, like a Marvel movie, you know. Got through the credits, and then I was watching, and then I wasn't even watching it. I had 30% of the game left to play. But I lost all my weapons, all my heals, basically everything that got me through the game. So I had to start from scratch at the end of the game. But yeah, those are the Obscure games. Ooblets, I'm currently going to drop in B tier, for the same reason that Nine Souls is in B tier. I haven't finished the game. I am not very far into the game. I'm liking it so far. It's cool. I'm probably going to like it. If I actually finished it, I expect it might be an A tier even. But as it stands, because I haven't finished it, it's going to be in B. Now, I want to also state, I'm not going through, like, I know some some tier lists are like, alright, so, this is actually more A tier, higher A tier than Alien Isolation. You know, I'm not doing that, just for the record. OpenGuesser, though, that is absolutely A tier. I had a lot of fun with OpenGuesser. I still occasionally get on it in my free time. If I just need to kill 20 minutes, I'll get on there and just click around and try to find out where I'm at, which is nice. It's fun. I enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, it's GeoGuessr. I don't need to rant about what GeoGuessr is. Overwatch 2. Straight to D tier. Tell you what, no, I will go C tier just because I had fun with friends while I played it. Thank you, Katra, for helping me play that game, and other friend I can't remember the name of. Katra's friend. I don't remember I can't. I'm scrolling back through my follows. Whatever. But anyways, yeah, I had people to play with, which made it tolerable. Otherwise, I will not play Overwatch 2 unless it's with people I know who will not be mad when I'm terrible. Yeah, I would have been miserable if it wasn't for people playing with me. Pal World, we're gonna put in B tier. Pal World was cool. Obviously I liked it when it first came out. Everybody did. I like how you can turn your guys into workers and have them help you build stuff. My only problem with it for stream is it's such a slow burn of a game. And that's my problem with any survival game like this. You have to... Once you get things set up and going and things start rolling, it's great. But getting it to that point is such a drag. I have wanted to play games where I'm like, man, I can't wait till I get like my base going and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, but I gotta do all this crap to get to it. Never mind. It's not worth it. I paid them with food and shelter. And a hot tub. Hold on, why did the music quit? Continue watching, yes. Paper Mario. Paper Mario, I'm gonna put you in A tier. Paper Mario, I mean, it's Paper Mario. It's a really fun game. Sounds familiar? Do you also pay your workers with food and shelter and a hot tub? Yeah, you would read something in your history book, nerd. Anyways, Paper Mario is a really fun RPG. Who'd have thunk? Who'd have thought? No, I really enjoyed Paper Mario. It was fun. I like doing all the different voices for everybody. I mean, story-wise, it was okay, I guess. Gameplay-wise, it was really fun. I thought it played really well. And like I said, doing the voices was great. I want to play another Paper Mario game. I will play another Paper Mario game because there's a 1,000-year door. When am I going to play it? I'm not sure. But I know I am going to play it. Pilgrims, I'm going to put in... I'm going to put Pilgrims in B tier. It's one of the Amanita games, and it's a fun game. But, I don't know, it just... It's really short for one. I think I got through it twice in like 45 minutes. Because once you know what you're doing, you can really fly through the game. But it's neat. It's a cool concept. It's a fun idea. You get like these different people to come with you and they do different things and have different goals. Pizza Tower, I'm going to drop you up in... I'm going to drop you in A tier. Pizza Tower was a lot of fun. I had a blast playing Pizza Tower. I will play it never again on stream. But, you know, I liked it. It was good. It was fun. I like the different worlds, climbing through the different areas, trying not to suck at the game, usually failing not to suck at the game. But yeah, I mean, it's Pizza Tower. There's a reason it was, like, so well loved. It deserves it. Also, that's probably the next soundtrack we're going to listen to today is the Pizza Tower one. Plague Tale Requiem. C tier immediately. Oh my god, this damn game. I have never hated holding a child's hand more in my life than I have in this game. It was like having a 12-pound stack of flour. Hold on, you don't hear the music? You can hear it? Okay, I did just turn it up a little bit in case you guys can't. But yeah, I put on music from Echoes. Okay. Man, it's been playing this whole time. Plague Tale Requiem. Yeah, my god, I get it. It's your little brother. You want to keep him safe. Let go of his hand for 30 seconds, please. Let me have freedom of movement. And then we just kill the kid at the end. Yeah, it was okay. The first one was way better, admittedly. But the second one was alright. Platform 8. I am going to put Platform 8 in B tier. Platform 8 is the follow-up to Exit 8 by the same guy. The new level is still... Okay. As long as it was still audible before, I think Store just can't hear piano, like nice piano music. He's deaf to it unless it's too loud. Platform 8. Oh yeah, the follow-up. Platform 8 I liked, but I actually think it was too easy. Because it was really easy to just... I feel like it was easier to spot the anomalies and to deal with them. There were only like 2 where I wasn't sure what to do. But I just knocked that one out in like an afternoon while playing a bunch of other horror games. But you know, it wasn't bad. Pokerogue. We're also gonna put that in B tier, A tier. We're gonna put it in A tier because it's a very fun game. Pokemon roguelike. How do you not love that? I do love the fact that I played the wrong version of it the first time. Got to the end of the wrong version, was told where the right one is, and then couldn't make it past like level 30 of the right version. So, you know, that was cool. But yeah, it's Pokemon roguelike. If only Game Freak could be so creative. Pools is going to S tier. Pools was one of the coolest games I played all year. It was creepy, it was weird, it was unsettling. Fun fact, the rubber ducks. There's an area with giant rubber ducks. They turn to watch you. Slowly. They turn. Which was terrifying when I realized that was happening. But yeah, I really liked Pools. If all the Backrooms-esque games were of a similar quality and creepiness level, I would play a lot more of them. But I thought... And also, I will admit, there's just something about it being Pools that's inherently way more intriguing to me. Like, I would love to, in real life, wander around a facility like that for a couple of hours. Where it's just, like, everything's covered in that, like, pool tile. From floor to ceiling. Some of the ceilings are, like, 30 feet tall. There's columns. And then there's just, like, pools of water every so often. Or I have to, like, it's just a big tunnel area like that. I think that would be really fucking cool, and I don't know why I think that. But I saw the game, and I was like, my body was just like, go there. Be in that environment. Wander around in there. Swim a little bit. And I'm like, why do I want to do this? Why is my body calling for this? But yeah, Pools, S tier. Really good, and I just want to walk in a giant pool room, I guess. I don't know. Rental, we're going to drop you into B tier. You were just a very short little horror game I played a little while back. Yeah, that's really about it. I don't have much to say beyond that. Okay, Rugrats in Paris, we're going to put in B tier. And then Rugrats Treasure Hunt, we're going to put in C tier. Because you do so very little in both of them. But Rugrats in Paris, or Rugrats, yeah, in Paris the movie, whatever, has more to do. It's still very similar stuff in both of them. Well, no, in Treasure Hunt, you're playing a board game and you just roll. In Paris, there's at least things to do. Whether those things are good or not is up for debate, but there's more things to do, and I enjoyed Rugrats in Paris more than Treasure Hunt. Samorost, you are going to be in B tier. Another Amanita game. Samorost 1 through 3 are definitely more traditional Amanita games as opposed to like Pilgrims. But it was still a fun game. I like Amanita games. It's neat to see the design and the puzzles and all that. I wasn't as good at Samorost as I was some of the others, so I'm going to keep that one in B tier, but it's still really fun. Alright. I don't know why... Okay, so we're just going to do all the snail treks real quick, and every single snail trek is going into... tier A tier. All the Snail Trek games are fantastic. I did not think I could become so invested in a like Star Trek spoof game involving snails. But by God, I was. Oh my God, what happens to these snails over the course of 4 games is fantastic. An actual interesting story, a better story than I played in some AAA games. An interesting story, pretty decent gameplay. And yeah, I hope the person who makes them is still working on things because it was actually fairly creative, fun, and snail-based, which, hey, who doesn't love a good snail-based game? I need more for the Stairway to Snebbin. Alright, Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers, we're going to put on B tier. That was not the Scooby-Doo game I wanted to play, or the one I had in my head, but it was still a pretty fun game overall, I felt like. Solitude, I'm going to put Solitude in C tier, not because I think it's a bad game, but it is a game about a very heavy topic. Surprise, surprise, it's an indie game about depression, but I do actually think the way they went about this one is better than the way a lot of games do it, like Another Crab's Treasure, for example. Anyways, yeah, Solitude, I had to quit streaming it after a very short amount of time, because even if the game's really good, it's about a very heavy topic, and I am just a silly little guy on the internet. I am a sock online. I don't need to be covering, serious depression topics or anything like that. Serious Sam, I'm going to put you in C tier because it turns out I don't like the Serious Sam games. I don't like the war genre of game where it's you as an individual against 300 enemies. That's not what I would describe as my cup of tea. Yeah, I know Serious Sam is kind of a classic, but it ain't for me. Shark Tale, C tier as well. Actually, no, Shark Tale, you're going down into D tier just because you are a confusing mess of a game that has virtually nothing to do with the movie other than being the same IP. I will admit that I think I'm pretty sure this just taught me that the Shark Tale soundtrack was an absolute banger. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think every song I heard on here was a banger. But the game is not. Alright, Silent Hill time. This might be controversial. Silent Hill 2, B tier. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't get why everybody loves Silent Hill 2. It was okay. It was not super scary. No, I will admit, playing it at 32 is a lot different than playing it at, 9. Back in the day, I probably would have found it way scarier than I do now. But at no point in time was I really scared or anything while playing this. 2 was okay. It's also really disconnected from the other Silent Hill games from what I can tell. So I haven't played 1 yet, but I played 2, 3, 4, and Origins. 3, 4, and Origins, and 1, because I know this much, all have, a cohesive story. Well, cohesive is a strong word. They all have a story that, goes through all of them. Silent Hill 2 was just kind of its own separate thing happening in the same town. Which is fine. There's a lot of weird shit going on in this town, I'm sure. But Okay, well, that's all of Echoes of the Plum Grove. Here, we'll do a little Pizza Tower. Are we gonna listen to the whole OST for Pizza Tower? Probably not. We'll listen to a few though. Yeah, but 2 just kind of does its own thing. It's all right. The gameplay I think was fine. I beat the game, got the good ending. I'm pretty sure, which was good enough for me. I will say one thing I do like about Silent Hill 2. This has been spoiled for me. There are some wild ass endings you can get for that game. I'm going to mention a couple of them. I'm going to give you a 5 count for spoilers if you're worried about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, spoiler time, baby. Some of the endings you can get include it being aliens behind everything, or Shiba Inu dog is actually the one orchestrating everything. I don't really know, but yeah, those are things that can happen in the game. Silent Hill 3, I'm going to put in A tier. Silent Hill 3, out of all the ones I played, 3 is probably my favorite in the series. I did not beat 3. I was at the final boss, I just had no heals. And not a lot of ammo. Theoretically, I could beat 3, but I don't think I ever will. But it is still probably one of my favorites, just overall. Silent Hill 4 is B tier. I really liked it at first, and then it just kept, as it kept going on, I stopped liking it. I feel like I was pretty close to the end of it, but I don't have it in me to keep going. Conceptually, I think it's a really cool idea how you have like your apartment and you go through this tunnel and you're somewhere else, and all these different tunnels always lead back to your apartment. I think that's neat. I don't think it executed as well as it could have, but I feel like that's also like they're limited by the technology of their time. And I do understand how going from like Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4, and then PT, because I don't know the Silent Hill games or anything really well, but I appreciate how 4 and PT are like kind of experimental. They're trying something a little new, a little different. I like that. I never played PT, but with 4 at least, I feel like they could have done... I feel like they actually could have really done that. Done something cool, but they were limited a lot by the technology of it being a PS2 game. I don't know, though. I'm not sure, but, you know, I mostly liked 4. Origins, as well, is going to go in B tier. I actually really liked Origins. Origin was the first Silent Hill game I played, because chronologically, it takes place, like, first in the story, I think? I don't really know. But I liked Origins. My big complaint with it is that you could actually just fist fight everything. I punched like 150 enemies to death by the end of the game. It gives you a stat screen, and there was a ridiculous amount of enemies that I just like 1-2 comboed into oblivion, because that's all I had to do. There was no challenge to it, for the most part. Alright, Sly 2, Thievius Raccoonus. You're, of course, going to be an A tier game. I mean, it's Sly 2. I grew up on that game. I played that game 1,000 times as a kid, put 14 million hours into it. I am currently a world record holder in the speedrunning community for Sly 2. Actually, let's double check as I say that now. Let me make sure my record still stands. No, I'm now the 82nd. Damn. Hold on. What? I'm sorry. Apparently I scared her. It scared me too. I dropped 2 places. But no, like, I speedran this game. It was the first game, the only game to date I've ever speedran. And I got 82nd. I was an 80th, but now I'm an 82nd. But that's just how much I love Sly 2. Like, it's an S tier game. It has influenced my opinion and my taste in games way beyond what is reasonable, I'm sure. I will say I am kind of annoyed that when I did my speedrun of it, it was on the PS3 version, which crashed twice. And because of things and reasons, probably added a whole 10 minutes minimum to my runtime. And now there are downloadable PS4 and PS5 versions of the game that run better and are stable and all that stuff. So that's real cool. You're welcome. The other Sly games are going to go just to A tier. I really like Sly 1 and Sly 3, but not as much. I think Sly 2 is just pinnacle. Sly 3, they did a lot with, which I think is... They gave it a good ending, though. I feel like. And I think that was really important to do for the franchise, to give it a good ending. Sly 1, I actually played after I played 2, which was kind of jarring to go from 2 to that. But it's still really good. I really enjoyed playing it on stream this year. Yeah. Alright. Snail Bob 2, you're going to be on B tier. Because, you know, you get Snail Bob from point A to point B. That's what you do. It was a snail game, and I played it picture-in-picture. Snail Sim, you are going to S tier. Snail Simulator. If you would have told me 2 years ago how much fun I would have being a snail for several hours, I would have called you a fucking liar and punched you in the neck. But I actually did have a lot of fun with it. Snail Sim, fantastic game, a lot of fun. The dev is super cool. Snail Dev showed up while I was streaming it and hung out for a little while. Don't know if he ever implemented any of my ideas, which is fine. It is his game. But no, it's really fun. It's a really cool game. It is a really cool game. I'm still on the Discord, and they are constantly doing snail parties, and it's getting updates and all kinds of stuff, which is cool. It deserves it. I'm glad that it is, and I'm glad people really like it. It spawned me playing snail games for like a month straight to try to climb the Stairway to 7. We still haven't done it. I'm going to. We just haven't yet. Alright, Snails. You are going to be in B tier. Snails is just like Lemmings, but with snails. It's just a little puzzle game. Put things to make them go where you want them to, get them to the end type deal. It's alright. You're gonna go in D tier, Sonic X Shadow, Sonic Battle 2, whatever. Mostly because you kept crashing. Actually, that's legitimately the only reason. Is you just kept crashing the whole time. And I couldn't get past, like, the 3rd level. What I could play was really fun. I thought it was really funny how I was able to, like, Shadow was hyped up, and then I just, like, bonked him in the head 10 times and I killed him. I thought that was really funny, but the fact that you, like, I can't get past the Knuckles Halloween level, it's kind of a deal breaker, because that's level 3. And you just crash anytime I try to. PS4 Spider-Man, you're also going in D tier. Not PS4 Spider-Man. PS4 Spider-Man is like A tier. In 64, Spider-Man is D tier. Because, my God, is that a rough game to control. It was fun at points, but it was an uphill battle every inch of the way with controls. Apparently the PlayStation version aged way better, which I 100% believe, because I don't know how it could age much worse. Spiritfarer, I'm gonna put this. Oh, I'm gonna put it in B tier. Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
I know you guys heard that. It's a really fun game. It's really good. It's very emotional. Um, I just don't think, in retrospect, I don't think it's the best game for me to stream because, again, it's a game that deals with very serious topics, and I'm just a silly little guy on the internet. I'm a funny little sock making jokes. But gameplay wise, like gameplay, story, setting, environment, all of those are fantastic. It's just that because I'm trying to rate these games based on like stream stuff, not necessarily just the game, even though sometimes I just talk about the game, but that's kind of regardless. I feel like it might have not been the best game for me to stream, for me personally, but I loved playing it. Yeah, we're gonna keep it on B. Squirrel Stapler, also gonna be on B tier. It was a weird game. It's made by, I can't remember the guy's name. I can't pronounce the guy's name, I'm pretty sure. But he makes a lot of weird games. And I knew it was gonna be weird going into it. I did get jump scared by God at the very end. I remember that. That was kind of the big build up. So that is the thing that happened. Overall, I think I liked the game. Overall, I'm not sure what my opinion of the game is. But yeah, Squirrel Stapler, B tier. Squirrel with a Gun, S tier. Squirrel with a Gun is probably one of the most video games I played all year. Hands down, it is ridiculous, it is over the top, it is non-stop chaos, and I loved every second of it. Yeah, it's just good. It's just fun. The boss battles with the with the music make me feel like I'm in an anime, and I'm the protagonist. Yeah, it's just a fantastic game. And it was a fantastic experience streaming it. So that goes straight to S tier. Stalker 2, Shadow of Chernobyl, I have to put in B tier under the criteria. I never finished it. I was really into the game, and then Monday, when I was streaming it, I activated a cutscene. One guy was completely invisible. He was a ghost. He was still interacting with things. I could still talk to him, but he was not there. He was not physically present. And then get through that cutscene. I'm like, all right, they wanted me to go over here. I'm walking to this building. I get to the building, but no way inside. I'm looking around. I'm like, I can't see a way to get inside this building. I circled the building two times. I blink, and I swear to God, I blink, and I'm inside the building. I don't know what happened. I just instantaneously appeared inside. And I am trapped in the building. Well, I was trapped. I like loaded the save before it happened, and then I hard saved. But I was like trapped in there. I could talk to people, but they wouldn't do anything. I couldn't pull weapons out. I couldn't do anything. So because the game kept falling apart and breaking, I gotta put it in B tier. I'd still be playing it if it wasn't for that, but that's kind of a big deal. Star Fox 64, you are going in B tier as well. I'm really happy I was able to beat the real version of Andross in this one, because I was never able to do that as a kid. So that was really cool. But it's still, it still holds up and controls pretty well. But it's Star Fox 64, you know, it's a classic. People love it. Shadows in the Empire. You are going into D tier, Monfrere. That is a rough game. That is a rough game. I made it further in that one than I ever did as a kid, but my god. When you have to fight fucking Boba Fett, and he's flying all over the place, and then you finally beat him, because I think I beat him once, And all he does is he falls out of the air into a ship, and then you have to fight a ship. And that's when I was done. I was like, I'm not fighting a ship. Steel Rising, we're gonna put you in B tier. Steel Rising is a Souls-like set in Paris, primarily Paris, set in France, we'll say. Around the time of the French Rebellion, or the French Uprising, the French Revolution, that's the word. You play as an automaton designed to protect Marie Antoinette. And she sends you to get her kids back and other stuff. I can't remember. Kill King Louis. I don't know. It's not a bad game necessarily. Obviously, it's in B tier, so it's not a bad game. But it is by far and away the easiest Souls-like I've ever played. I don't think I died once to any of the bosses. I died a couple of times out and about, but I don't think I died at any point in time to any of the bosses. So take that for what it's worth, I guess. It was fun to stream. It was nice hanging out with you guys while I played it, but it's not an overly difficult game. Still Wakes the Deep. I'm going to put you in B tier just because I'm real. You're a $35 game, and you were a 4-hour experience. Was it a cool 4 hours? Yes. There were giant monsters and eldritch beings and body horror and fantastic design. The game looked great. You cannot justify $35 for a 4-hour game. I'm sorry, but you can't. That is ridiculous. Like, that is an insane price for how little game there is. Is it a good game? Yes. Does it look cool? Yes. Are there cool designs? Yes. There's a lot of really good stuff in the game, but that price point for how little of it you get just kills me. Super Mario 64, we're gonna put you in B tier. I mean, it's Super Mario 64. It still holds up well and all that. It's not an A tier game for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mostly played it just because I was like, you know what? I'm playing N64 games. I gotta play Super Mario, or people will literally kill me. Supermarket Sim, also B tier. Supermarket Sim is cool. It was fun. It was chaotic. I like how these mundane task simulators are taking off. I think it's really neat how these... Like, who wants to work at a grocery store? Right? Whose life goal is that? Why is that a game? But I love that it's a game. I love that these, like... Because they all have this similar, like, look and feel to them. Where it's like the NPCs kind of all move the same way. The setting things up is ridiculous. You know, just that type of, like, simulation game. I am so glad it's taking off because I love them. Alright, Choicer Voicer, if there was ever any doubt, straight to S tier. It is such a fun game for me. Getting on, doing the different voices, trying to match up the cadence. It is just a blast and a fucking half, isn't it? I love doing it. It's so good just hearing the different things, just like... And then the playbacks where I'm like, I think I nailed that impression of Abraham Lincoln. And it's like, 4 corn and 30 poor. I'm like, what? Did I say 4 corn? Classrooms, I'm going to put you in B tier, but I want you to know that's like a respectable B, like a high B, even though I said I'm not going to be doing that. I like the Classrooms. I thought it was a good backroom-esque horror game. Conceptually, I really like the back rooms. I really like this idea of this quasi-infinite space that makes no sense, that just looks like it was built by people, but it wasn't. So I like things that do things with that. I don't know why I like it so much, but it's just like, it's neat. So yeah, Classrooms gets a medium rating for me. Yeah, it's a B. Closing Shift, also B. This is Chihuahua's art. Chilla's art, thank you. Not Chihuahua, my apologies. It's a Chilla's art game, which there's a few of them like this in various prices, where there's kind of short little horror experiences. I think I remember this one actually making its rounds on YouTube years ago, so I'm a little late to the party. But I thought it was a pretty good horror game, for the most part. I think I got at least once, but, you know, it was alright. It wasn't bad. Henry Stickmin collection, you are going in A tier. I had a lot of fun with the collection. I liked going back and seeing the different things and doing it all the different ways. It was just, it's a fun game. That's all I got to say about it. It was a good stream. The Hex is also going in A tier. I love meta stuff, and the Hex was chock full of that. Video game references, different gameplay, different kinds of gameplay, just different things like that, with this like meta overtone to it. Phenomenal. Phenomenal put together. The Last Faith, sorry, but you're going into C tier. Alright? You're gonna tell me you've locked the true final boss of the game behind a random bullshit side quest that made it seem like I had to find a large room. I just had to talk to people, and I could have got the final boss. And there's also like 3 or 4 other bosses I missed out on because of that. That is not great, man. That there was no indication that was important, or I just needed to talk to somebody to tell them, oh hey, this is all we need, and it would have been fine. It was an okay Metroidvania other than that. I feel like it was overhyped. It is definitely... I want Blasphemous. We have Blasphemous at home. Blasphemous at home. But it was still pretty fun. It had some pretty good redeeming moments, and I did like it. Just not enough to play through it again to get to the true ending. The Password game, I'm going to put on B, because it was a fun experience. It was a frustrating experience. But it was a fun one. I learned that my passwords will never be good enough, and I have just accepted that. There's nothing else I can do. The Saboteur, we're going to put you in C tier. I liked the Saboteur. I thought it was pretty fun. I was enjoying it up until the game decided it wanted to break itself, and the trees were becoming like flat plains. The city was just falling apart, literally, around me. And that's when that game had to end, I feel like. That's when we hit the maximum we could hit there. Okay, I think it's time to change up the soundtrack a little bit. Let's try... Here we go. Alright, Scorpion King, Rise of the Acadian. You are going in D tier because that was a miserable experience playing that game. That was rough, it was rowdy, it was wild, and none of that in a good way. I would not want to experience that again. And I'm pretty sure when I died I had to restart the whole level, but I don't really remember, and I don't care to. Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. We're just gonna put both of the Legend of Zeldas in the A tier. Just right now. I mean, it's old Legend of Zelda. Majora's Mask is super fucking weird. In retrospect, I think I liked Majora's Mask more than Ocarina of Time. just because Majora's Mask is so much weirder than Ocarina of Time. And you know what? I appreciate that. I'm actually going to reverse those so it's in chronological order. I appreciate the weirdness of it. Like I said during the final boss fight with Majora's Mask, in Majora's Mask, like, you can draw a direct line between fighting Majora and fucking Radon from Elden Ring DLC. Like, you can draw that connection. You can very clearly see how we got to where we are from that, which I think is really cool. Turn this down just a little bit. Tom and Jerry Fists of Fury, you are also going into D tier because you're literally just a two-person small arena, not even a fighting game really, kind of a throw things at each other type game. Let's see, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, I'm gonna drop you into B, but it's a low B. It's almost C tier. And Ty was alright. I'm pretty sure I played the second one, not the first one, and I don't know anything about the first one. Sometimes things didn't make sense what you were supposed to do, like save the wallabies or knock the firehouses down or whatever. I didn't always get it. Okay, hold on, let me explain. Sonic is D tier because the game kept breaking. Like, literally, I could not get past the Knuckles Pumpkin Halloween level because the game would crash every time I tried. Even non-streaming, the game would crash. I don't know what it is, but, like, it just shuts down the second it gets to that level. So, like, I gotta put it on D tier because I don't know what the rest of the game is like. And I feel like that's really early for that to be a problem. And yeah, Ty is on B tier, but it's almost C tier. I like the game. Getting into the levels is pretty fun for the most part, but I feel like a lot of the stuff they want you to do in the level doesn't make a lot of sense or is overly complex to get the Thunder Egg or whatever. And then you got to get so many Thunder Eggs to get the next level. Like, I'm not a huge fan of it. But I intend to play 2 and 3 at some point, and I'll probably like those a lot more. Ultra Kill, I mean, we're taking Ultra Kill straight to S tier. Clearly. It's Ultra Kill. I had a great time with Ultra Kill, obviously. I like the fast-paced, I'm not good at it, but I like the fast-paced, you know, dodge around, shoot, accuracy type gameplay. It's fun to get in and just, like, die a bunch, get yourself covered in blood to heal. It's Ultra Kill. It's really good. Voyager 19, I'm going to put you on C tier. I saw this on YouTube and somebody was like, it's the scariest game I've ever played. You literally just take slow motion, like, pictures of planets and one of them eats you and you take pictures of it getting close to eat you, which just doesn't make a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. I'm one man in one capsule and I have no room to move. So based on how tall I am, we can assume that capsule is at most like 12 feet tall by maybe 6 feet across. And a giant Jupiter-sized entity can eat that and sustain itself for God knows how long. They clearly never played Fatal Frame. Hell, I haven't even played Fatal Frame, but I know that's, like, Fatal Frame does it better. Yeah, it was such a lame, not scary game. I was like, this is the scariest game you've ever played? My apologies, Mr. Kindergartner. Anyways, Yoshi's Story. I'm gonna put this A tier. And I'm gonna put it A. It was, I mean, I ran through it in 2 hours. I didn't realize it'd be that short, or that easy and that quick, but I mean, it's Yoshi's Story. You get all these different levels and the different paths you can take and the different things you gotta do to unlock the different paths, and they're cute little Yoshis, and then you... What? What?
So rude.
But yeah, I mean, it's Yoshi. How do you not love Yoshi? He's a cute little guy. Play Yoshi's Story. You'll love it. All right, finally, last but not least, Zoonomaly coming in to round out the B tier. I liked Zoonomaly. I thought it was a fun game. My issues with Zoonomaly are it's a TikTok game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like the developer is very active on TikTok, from my understanding. But it definitely has that TikTok look to all the creatures, which is they have giant black eyes and a mouth that is just like random black or random spiky teeth, and it's large and there's like black blood and they're really pale. Everything has that design concept to it, which is okay for a couple of things, but it's the like the zookeepers, all the animals, the fucking fish like look like that. Like, okay, I get it, but it's a creepy design. But when you overuse it like that, it seems like you just don't have another like any other idea on how to design anything. That's one issue I had with it. The other one is there's no. So I was walking through a thing. I was looking for one of the key pieces or whatever I need. It's basically Slender, find the pieces so you can do the thing. I was looking for one of them. I went through an area and I got stuck. And like the area was designed so you could walk into it. I just couldn't figure out how to get out of it. There was no way out. So I was like, "Oh, I'll save my game to see if it like loads me outside of this exact spot, you know, how some games do." So I saved my game, and as I go to save it, it's like, "Oh, are you sure you want to save? This will override the existing save." And I'm like, "Oh, maybe you can only have one save at a time," and it probably did an auto save at some point because I never manually saved. And hopefully, as long as that auto save isn't in this exact spot, I should be able to fix it. So I'm like, okay, no, I don't want to overwrite. So I go to quit, and I'm like, and it's like, okay, are you sure you want to quit? All unsaved progress will be lost. I'm like, yes, because you auto-saved. So I quit. I go to the main menu, I start the game again. It won't, there's no save game. It doesn't auto-save. It just gives you the impression that it's auto-saving. So I lost like 2.5, 3 hours. Well, here's the thing. I normally would not have trusted it to be an autosave, except for the fact I was worried that if I saved, it would trap me in this little area that I couldn't escape from, and then I would, like, it would have been a wash one way or the other. I would have... No, it's not you. Do you think this user would make an error? No. Not at all. Yeah, so I didn't save because I was like, oh, I don't want this to fuck with my save and like get me trapped here. I know it was, and I wasn't even stuck. So what it is, and what it is actually worse than if I just got stuck. It's you have to like crawl through this series of like, it's like a chicken wire tunnel, essentially. You know, it's like a cage tunnel that you have to like crawl through to find this puzzle piece. And if you go down a certain path, it leads to an open area in the middle of this maze. And I was like, oh, I probably have to crawl through it to here because it's not super easy to get to. I don't think it's the most direct path. I probably have to crawl through here, and then I crawl out into this open area, and I bet there's another spot in this maze I can climb into, and that's the only way to get into it. Right? That's kind of my logic. No, that's not how it works. You're just trapped in this little area, and you can't jump to get to it. Or to like try, you can't jump high enough to get out. It was a mess. But yeah, that's why that's a B tier mainly. Overall, I actually liked the game until that happened. All right, so there's the full tier list for 2024. We'll leave each tier fully on screen for a second so you can kind of see what we got. Most of the games, predictably, are in B tier. I feel like that's usually how this works. Most of the games tend towards the average, and then you have a few exceptional ones on either end. But I'm overall pretty happy with how that turned out. I thought that was pretty good. Have we been here for 3 hours? Oh my god. I didn't expect it would take 3 hours to do the tier list. I thought the whole stream might be 3 hours. That's insane. And now Cozy's mocking me. Yeah, that's what I do. What do you mean I've just been yapping? I am a yapper. Alright, so here's the plan. I'm going to go do the I'm going to go make some food and use the bathroom. And then when I get back, we're going to do the top 10 list. We're going to do my personal top 10 of the year. Then we're going to do... I think we're past the long bit of it. Then we're going to do the community top 10. And then we're going to end on the community top 10 clips of the year. So give me a second. I'm going to be right back. And when I get back... I didn't say that. When I get back, we're going to keep going and decide what my top 10 games of the year are. Heyo, I am back. Sorry, that took way longer than it should have. But it took way longer than it should have because... Oh, wait, I need to... It's still not... I don't know what happens at night, but... Hey! Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. What's happening? I am... now here. Hey, Icarus, what's up? I don't know why I had both earbuds in when we're just listening to OST music. I'm sorry. Pay no attention to the man behind the sock. Alright, we're changing... We are changing to a new OST. Let's do... I don't want to do... Let's do Croc. God forbid a man. Oh yeah, this is a vibe. Alright. So, top 10. What was my 10th favorite game this year? Okay, I'm gonna put these up and then we're gonna fine tune it afterwards. So number 10, we're gonna say was Pools. I know what my number 1, number 2, and probably number 3 are. We'll say number 9 was Mouthwashing for now. We're gonna do...
for number 8. So one important note is I don't want to enter... I'm going to turn the music down just slightly. I think this is a good choice for music, though. I don't want it to be anything that I've already played. So, like, the Sly Cooper games, most of the PS2 games, most of the N64 games are not going to be in my top 10 because I've already played them. And I don't want to be, like, I don't want past experiences to color how I'm thinking about this list, right? So, like, Banjo-Kazooie, as much as I love that game, is not going in the top 10. So let's see here. Okay, so Astrobot and Anthology of the Killer, and again, we are going to be doing some fine-tuning, are both on that list. Banned for not being a sock. That would be honestly so fitting. Alright, Pizza Tower is going to go on this list. Squirrel with a gun, for sure. I did give this some thought beforehand. The problem is I thought about it way too beforehand, and now I don't remember what I was thinking previously. Okay. So we're halfway there. Ho-ho, living on a prayer. We're going to put Divine Frequency on here for now. But because it's a demo, that might be subject to change. Katra! Thank you so much for the sub. That's so nice to you. I need to get my alert set back up so it announces it, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 6 months of tier 1 from Katra. My god, the generosity is honestly super nice. Happy New Year, Katra. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are just in time. You did miss the tier list for... Yes, thank you for doing the shout out to Katra, Cozy. Yeah. Everyone, if anyone here doesn't follow Katra, shame on you. Shame. Shame. You need some Game Jam themes from me? Well, wait till after the stream. I got you. I'll toss something out. But you did miss the tier list. That's fine, because now we're doing my top 10, which this is the one I was excited for. I was excited for this whole stream, honestly. I was really looking forward to this. It seemed like a lot of fun to me, conceptually. Oh, Ultra Kill for sure going on this list. But how you doing, Katra? How was your New Year? How was everybody's New Year, by the way? I hope everybody had a good New Year. I had a pretty good one. Work was chill. Got home before midnight. Gave Cozy a kiss. What more could I ask for? No, it was a good New Year. Stayed up too late, was tired. Okay. What is going... I need to just, like, slowly read through the list. I feel like that's because that is closer to what you need your natural sleep cycle to be, instead of what you're trying to do. The holidays just have my sleep schedule all kinds of fucked up. Of course, I gotta come up with an excuse for after the holidays, and I start saying that. Choice or Voicer, for sure, is on this list. And again, we are going to fine-tune this here in just a moment. Let me... Honestly, you know, honestly, thinking about it. Okay, so let's fine tune this. At number 10, we're gonna put Silent Hill 3. And then at 9, I'm going to put Divine Frequency. It might score higher when it's not a demo. That's kind of the best I can say for it, you know. It's a demo. We're going to put Mouthwashing at number 8. No, we're going to put Pools at 8, Mouthwashing at 7. I feel like Pizza Tower is good at 6. Ultra Kill is going to come down to 5. Squirrel. All right, here. Let's pull these 3 down here. All right. So, my 3 favorite games for 2024 are, in number 3, Astrobot. Fantastic game. It's cute, it's fun, it's adorable. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I want to play more games like that. I want them to keep making games like that so I can keep playing them. Number 2, Choice or Voicer. Obviously, I love this game. Like, doing silly, stupid voices and trying to impersonate people and things like that, I was born for it. I was bred for it. I was made to do that. I love it. It's so much fun. It's like $5 on itch.io, yeah, itch.io, whatever. Like, the developer, I love it. It's so much fun. The way it's so easy to make packs for it. So, like, you can do all kinds of different voices from basically anything. Itch.io? Exactly. Itch.io. Thank you, Az. Thank you. Which means, at number 1, my favorite game for this year, Anthology of the Killer. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's not even close. It is... Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Az. It is not even close for me. As much as I love the Choice or Voicer, I love Anthology of the Killer that much more. Cheers. Like, I don't know why, but something about this game, just my brain is like, yeah, serotonin. Here you go, man. Take it. Take all the serotonin you can get from this game. I don't get it. I don't understand why. It just does. Again, I had so much fun with Anthology of the Killer. I wanted to start a damn YouTube review, like a YouTube channel where I review games, just so I could talk about this game more. 100% game of the year by a long shot, and I cannot for the life of me explain it. It's just a good time. I really hope that the developer of this makes something else, because it's neat, it's fun. I want to see what else they do. I don't expect it to hit me the same way as this one did, but I want to see what happens, you know? So yeah, and then I want to talk about this real quick, about why I put each game where it was, and just very briefly, 4 through 10. And then we're going to do the community top 10, where you guys voted on your favorite games of the year. And we're going to pick out those. We're going to figure out what those are. And then we're going to put them... So what the plan is, I'm just going to stack them next to... I don't know why I'm gesturing with my hand, like you can see. I'm going to stack them off to the side here. So the number 10 is going to be here. Number 9, 8, 7, 6. You know, down the line. So, real quick. Resident Evil 3... Resident Evil, oh my god. Silent Hill 3, I'm sorry. Silent Hill 3, I liked the series. I thought it was good. Silent Hill 3 was... Silent Hill 3 was my favorite out of all of them, I feel like. It was just an interesting game. Like, the story was good. The gameplay was good. It was just a really good experience for that one. And I think that's kind of the peak Silent Hill game out of all the ones I've played. 9 for Divine Frequency. The gameplay, I'm honestly like 7 out of 10 on. Like, I don't super love the gameplay. That's just not my... Honestly, though, don't tell me that doesn't sound kind of good, Ponton. You gotta, like, sneak up on people. Sneak up. Heal people. I don't know, you have to heal world leaders from diseases they don't know they have. Silently. I could see something happening, I don't know. But I love the world of Divine Frequency, what they're, like, getting at here. Like, something about, like, I've talked about this before, how I'm, like, when games are like, oh, these are the different tiers of gods and stuff, I'm like, what the fuck do you mean by that? What do you mean different tiers? And that's kind of in this game, so I think it's really cool. I think it's really neat. Yeah, so I like it for the world and the story more. I enjoyed Pools. I thought it was a cool, like... While balancing in high heels on marble floors without making a sound. See? You're adding gameplay mechanics. It's just getting more complex. I love it. Alright. Number 8, we got Pools. Pools is like the liminal walk through the back rooms, pools, no monster type game. Man, you want to talk about existential dread? I went into that game. I was just like, there ain't no way I'm gonna get scared. You're walking through some water. Oh god, it's at my knees. Oh. No. You get in this game and even with you guys here, I was in it. I was just like, okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. What's over here? Why is it doing that? It was terrifying, and I don't know why. It was so unsettling. Let's see. Then we have at number 7, Mouthwashing. I don't want to spoil the game if you guys didn't watch anybody play it. You absolutely should. The story and how you get there are so well done and so well revealed. It's amazing. The characters are fantastically written. I think it just does it's a really great story. And just like the way it's told is just so good, and the things you find out as the story progresses are really well. It's really well written. The environment's cool. It's just I would check it out. I would highly recommend it, obviously. Pizza Tower, number 6. It's Pizza Tower. It's fun. You go fast. You run through the levels. I suck at the game, but it's a fun game to suck at. And it's one of those games where, I said this about Pseudo Regalia too, where I want to watch people who are really, really good at the game play it. Because I bet it's so satisfying to watch somebody who knows the perfect layout of the level and exactly where to do everything pixel perfect, run through, get everything in one go, and run back in like 30 seconds. I'll never be able to do that, but I bet it's super cool to see. Number 5, Ultra Kill. Again, I love the go fast, be accurate type gameplay. I'm not great at it. I struggle, but it's a fun struggle. Even if I get mad at the game, which I don't know if I did with Ultra Kill, really. I might have, but... And the bosses are cool, the gameplay is good, the environment's fun. Squirrel with a Gun is arguably the most video game I have ever played in my entire life. And by what I'm going to say is a pretty decent margin. It is... You're a squirrel with various guns, yeah, only to be topped by Silent Hills 3. No, you're a squirrel with a gun, you drive around a car, and the thing is, it controls like a squirrel. And it controls like a squirrel and an RC car should. Because they're light, so you brake and it's gonna like go sideways a little bit and like get bouncy and stuff off pebbles. It's irritating, but it makes sense. The gameplay is really fun. There's a story and it's ridiculous. And I mean, I just want to play more of it. It's a fun game like that. Alright, so there's my personal top 10 of the year. My top 10 games. So here's how we're going to do this. Here, let me snooze this ad real quick so we got a couple minutes for me to explain. Okay, so would anybody like to get in on the Discord? Would anybody like to get in a last minute vote before we do this? I can give you guys like 6 minutes or so. You know, we got 5.5 minutes till the ad. The ad takes 1.5 minutes, so that's 7 minutes. So we can do about 7 minutes. If you guys want to vote, if anyone wants to go do that on the Discord real quick, you can vote for some clips if you want. You can vote for your top 10 games. Or if you guys are good, if everybody here wants to just go and do it, we can just go ahead and do it, because I know how I want to run it. It's just not a lot of people voted for their favorite games. So if anybody wants to get a last minute one in, feel free. So I'm going to take this opportunity to open my Capricin. Just do it. Alright, well, we know how Palps is feeling about this. Well, it's a top 5, but the way we're gonna do it will lead to a top 10. Next year, when I do this again next year, this was admittedly, like, the top 10 community games especially was like kind of a last minute idea. So next year, I think I'm going to set up like a straw poll or something for people to vote on. And I literally just had that idea to do that. So I'll think of something for next year to do where it's a little less haphazard and slapdash, we'll say. But I have an idea. All right, so we're gonna start at everybody's number 5, and do a double elimination poll in chat. And if there's a tie, I have to tie break it. So please don't let there be a tie. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to run these polls because... New poll. Number 10. Alright, so our contenders for this one are Conker's Bad Fur Day, Oblivion, Simpsons Hit and Run, and Paper Mario. Should I let you guys buy votes with channel points so we can see who wants it more? Because I know some of y'all are sitting on some points. Alright, so here's the best way I can think to do this right now. We're going to start the poll. I don't believe you. I have no points. You're out of channel points. No points, and I must scream. Okay, so please vote on which one you think is the top, your pick for number 10 on this list. Or your pick for which one's your favorite on this list. The one with the most votes will be number 9. Or we're doing double elimination. Okay. Just vote. Just vote for your favorite on the list, please. I'm confusing myself. I know how I want to do this, but I gotta... Okay, well, Oblivion got 1 vote, so Oblivion wins that one. Yeah, I'm gonna set up a straw poll next year. You didn't see vote? Okay, well... Oh, it didn't pop up for you either? Cool. Alright, so... Fuck. So my plan was to have you guys vote in a poll, and then the two with the most votes would square off against each other. No, then the number... 4 options. The one with the most votes becomes the number 9. The one with the second most votes would become number 10. Because you had keyboard open? Okay. So... Alright, here's what we'll do. Put you back down here. Oh, I can't just reuse that one? Oh, that's damn. That's damn. Okay. Number 9, number 10. So we have... Conker's Bad Fur Day. Oblivion. Simpsons Hit and Run. Paper Mario. Not Paper Maria. Okay. Now, one more time, please vote for your favorite game out of these 4. Because, yeah. And I know Oblivion spiritually has 1 vote, even if Az doesn't vote for Oblivion right now. So, I think I realize now that my problem with this plan is the only people who are here are the people who submitted lists for the top 10 games. Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue. Yes, we're all winners here. So that means what we're going to do is it's going to be a bit of a hectic community top 10. But we'll say Oblivion and Conquers are you guys' 10th favorite games. And then, here, let me just pull open Discord to make this easier. And then Simpsons and Paper Mario, wherever that guy's hiding at, are you guys' 9th favorite games. And then, I'm not moving it down, but we have Squirrel with a Gun at 8th. And Futurama at 8th. And 7th, we have God of War 3. Ah, good for God of War 3. And Ocarina of Time. Nice. Understandable. Zelda is a heavy contender. At 6, we have Kakarot. That's great. And Black Myth Wukong. Oh, nice. Beyond Good and Evil and Ooblets at 5. As soon as I find either of those games, there we go. Yeah, next year I'm going to set up a straw poll for this so people can just easily vote on their favorite, and I'll set up a command in chat to make it easier as well, so we can just, like, I can remind people while I'm here. So we have Echoes of the Plum Grove and Samurai Jack in 4th. Mouthwashing and Granny Sim in 3rd. I'm not moving Mouthwashing up, but spiritually, no, it's up here for a community favorite, which makes me very happy. In 2nd place, we have Donkey Kong and Still Wakes the Deep. Which are two very solid choices. And in 1st, we have Astrobot, which I'm not moving up, and Spiritfarer. Alright. So a little sloppy, not the best well done. I know for next year, you know, that's what we do. We grow and we learn. But there is roughly you guys' top 10 for 2024. Yeah, we'll say that. It's a community top 20. Yeah, next year, 100% unordered list, yes. 100% I'm going to set up a straw poll, and then I'm just going to, people will vote how they want, and whatever the poll says, that will be the top whatever. So that way we got a little more organization behind it, I'll say. But this gives us a rough idea, Okay, now it is time for the top 10 clips of the year. So, where's my mouse? Here's my mouse. Let's pause the music. How we're going to do this is scroll up to the submitted clips. Okay, this one has 2 votes for one. This one also has 2 votes for first place. Okay, so yeah, I gotta think of a better way to do both of these. Alright, let me see here. What? Alright, here's one of the highest voted clips of. There's only actually not that many clips submitted. There's maybe 10 clips total submitted anyway, so we'll just watch all of these. Oh, and it opened in the right browser. Okay, hold on. Let me turn that up.
I'm not done peeing on people until God takes away my ability to pee. I'm not done peeing on people until God takes away my ability to pee.
All right, yep, that sounds like something I would say and have said. Because I just said it there. All right.
New York! Guess where I'm hiding? New York! Guess where I'm hiding?
How else would I say that besides New York? God, I love being annoying.
Okay, well that's a lot of sphincters. Okay, well that's a lot of sphincters.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, well that's a lot of sphincters.
That might be one of my favorites for the year.
I have killed so many Italian grandmothers. I have decimated the Italian grandmother population over the course of my lifetime. I have killed so many Italian grandmothers. I have
You very short hair.
decimated the Italian grandmother population
I
over the
look
course of my lifetime.
wildly different with
I
short
have
hair.
killed so many Italian grandmothers. I have
What
decimated
even is the
Italian
context for me saying that? What? Why am I saying that? The sphincters one makes sense. New York makes sense. I do want to know why I threatened to keep pissing on people as well. Alright. Well, all of those were submitted by Cozy. Very good selection there. This one was submitted by Katra.
You see that cool ass edging? God, I edged so well right there.
Oh. Yeah, I remember that. It was some good edging, to be fair. Okay, now these are submitted by... These have all been submitted by Icarus.
I need somebody to clip what I'm about to say. This is a message for future me,
Oh.
and I want somebody to link this clip anytime I'm like, you know, I might try to speed run this game because I think it'll be fun. I'm gonna do a 3 count. 1, 2, 3. Coda, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. You're sitting there, you're thinking, oh.
I appreciate that warning. Well, you know what? That's the thing. People don't need to know why I confess to doing the things I confess to do. The noise of a devastated mort. I should have read these titles out too. Damn. So first one where I threatened to piss on somebody. This game is nuts. When I screamed "Me York," that one yappy dog about to bite your ankles from that, and it cuts off. When I said that's a lot of sphincters, it's just that's a lot. And then the Italian grandmother's was called Mort's Confession. And then Catra's was called You What? And that one was called Do Not Speedrun. All right, the noise of a devastated Mort.
There's also a ton more scenery. Have you noticed the birds? I have. There's also a ton more scenery. Have you noticed the birds? I have.
Yeah. Yeah. That's from Under the Couch? Ah. Yeah, that's a good one. All right. This one's called Sounds Like a Good Night.
Am I just gonna have a whole night where I eat nothing but cookies and goldfish? I think I might. Am I just gonna have a whole night where I eat nothing but cookies and goldfish? I think I might.
I think I did too. And it probably was a good night. All right. Oh god, yeah, I remember this.
Call me Mort Mort. Call me Mort Mort. Call me Mort Mort.
That was supposed to be do not call me Mort Mort because I entered my name wrong and I wanted to cry. Oh god, yeah, this guy. Oh, this is called Tile Man.
Ah! 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 He's still behind me! Oh!
Yeah, I remember that.
Ah! Ah!
Ah. Please, no. Please don't. Yeah, that happened because I actually mentioned that earlier in the stream. This one is Mort's Promise on Made Streams.
And yeah, I'm just gonna have an ongoing bit goal of $100 on the stream, and every time we hit that, I'll give you guys a made stream.
That is true. That is true. If we raise $100, you guys give me $100 worth of bits, I'll do a made stream. If you want it that bad, you can buy it. All right. This is just called You Son of a, and it was the second most voted, or it was tied for first in most voted clip for this year.
Oh my god. Somebody gonna catch that one? You son of a bitch!
uh,
Oh my god.
I remember I was swinging too. I was sore after that stream.
You son of a bitch!
My arms were feeling it. Because I wasn't just like, I was like, full swing. Oh, it was bad. It was bad. I should not have done that in retrospect. I was throwing that ball. All right, this one's called Surprise for the Grandma.
What else do we got in here? Come on, some. Oh yes. Oh, Grandmama, your darling grandson has a surprise for you.
Oh, I like that.
What else do we got in here? Come on, some. Oh yes. Oh, Grandmama, your darling grandson has a surprise for you.
Yeah, she definitely was. Ponton. That's how I get them. I have grenaded so many Italian grandmothers to death. Incountable scores of Italian grandmothers have fallen to my grenades. And more will as well. All right. So those were all submitted by Icarus, and now these last two here were submitted by Store-Bought Rocket Games. This one is called Love Causes Pain.
Why does what I love cause me pain?
Oh, that's... Oh. I have to assume I was eating food and it was hot.
Why does what I love cause me pain?
It's just the in the middle of it. Because I know myself, so I know I was literally just like, oh, hell yeah. And you can tell that too. You can tell this is early on in the whole me being a sock thing because I'm naked. I was a naked sock on the internet. I had no shame, no dignity, no pride. I still don't, but you know, I didn't then either. But no, it's just a naked sock. All right, and the last clip we have for the top 10, it's titled "In a War You Can't Win."
No war with my poop.
Why was I in a war with my poop? What?
No war with my poop.
Yeah, that is a war you cannot win. The enemy just keeps coming. All right. Well, that was the top. Like I said, there were only 10 clips submitted, so we just watched them all. That was the top 10 clips for 2024. So, kind of summarize. We've got the tier list. Let's read off a few of them. You know, Anthology of the Killer, Astrobot, Mouthwashing Pools, Sly 2, Snail Sim, Squirrel with a Gun, Choicer Voicer, Ultra Kill. All S tier games for me this year. Those are various examples of what I love about video games. In different ways. Like all of them, honestly, all of them are very different games as well. I feel like Sly 2 and Astrobot are similar, are the most similar out of those, but I mean, my S list is pretty diversified, I would say. But I think all of them also are... So like I said, Anthology of the Killer just triggers something in my brain that floods it with serotonin and dopamine. I don't know what it is, but it just does. So that has like that has a chemical advantage for some reason. Don't ask me why. Astrobot, just a super fun, solid game. Ow, my earbuds. I just almost pulled that out of my ear. That always feels good. I'm gonna turn the music back on while I talk for a minute. I gotta remember the Croc soundtrack is a banger. Don't let me forget that. Mouthwashing, Astrobot was just a fun, like, good game, right? Mouthwashing, fantastic story, told in a super interesting way. I loved it. Pools, atmospherically horrifying, and I can't explain why. But just being in that environment is nightmarish. Sly 2, just one of my favorite games. You know, in general, it still holds up really well. It's just a good game. Snail Sim is just ridiculously fun for what it is, and the developer's a cool person, so it gets points. Squirrel with a Gun, I guess Squirrel with a Gun and Astrobot and Sly are vaguely... You play as non-human entities running around a 3D environment, climbing and jumping and doing things. You know, that's similar. But Squirrel with a Gun, Choicer Voicer, Ultra Kill. I guess Ultra Kill also falls in that category. So, alright. I like being a non-human entity running around in an environment, climbing and doing things, apparently. I prefer the parkour genre of gameplay to menus, I guess, I think. A tier, Alien Isolation, Banjo-Kazooie, Evil West, Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower and Silent Hill 3 and A tier, but made it to my top 10 because they're that good. Even though they're not an S. Just goes to show you don't have to be an S to be in a top 10. You can make it. B tier, by far the most expansive, which makes sense. It's B tier, you know. Yeah. I mean, B is average, so, you know, you're gonna find most of the games average, I feel like. That tracks, right? Some games, admittedly, like Divine Frequency, and I think there was another one that I put in here because it was only a demo, but I can't remember. Oh, no, I put 9 Souls in B. Hey, Android! Oh, hey! It is, yes. I stream many a game. But like 9 Souls and Divine Frequency, I didn't finish 9 Souls. It's not a demo. I just didn't finish it. So those kind of have to go in B tier, I feel like, because like one's a demo, one I got 3 hours into, so I can't really judge them super well. And Stalker 2 just stopped working. Well, it didn't stop working. It trapped me inside of a barn. Like, I blinked and I was in a barn and I couldn't leave. So, I can't really put that one much higher either. And then, C and D tier. Admittedly, a lot of the D tier... Okay, only 2 games from the D tier. No, 3 games are there because of the bear rule. Which is... why we gotta, like... why were early 2000s games so, like, creepy at points? Men? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Because, like, if... Haunting Ground, for example, if it didn't have the overly creepy, like, that was the creepiest by far out of the 3. If it didn't have that going for it, it would easily be, it'd probably only be in C tier for me, because it was decent, but it wasn't outstanding. Mr. Mosquito, if it wasn't, like, you being creepy and having to hit women in the uterus, you know, I would probably put that in a B tier, in all honesty, just because I like the game other than that part. Same with Obscure. If it didn't do an upskirt shot of a high schooler, I would probably put it in a B tier, because I think it's better than the second one, but that's really fucking creepy. So I don't want you to be rewarded for that. Next year when I do this, I'm going to create a separate category down here, just called The Bear. And any game that we have to, like, knock down because of the bear rule, which is an immediate, like, lowest tier, right? That's an immediately, like, low tier. I can't justify putting that in a high tier. So, like, next year when we do this, there's just going to be The Bear, and... oh, you shouldn't do that. That's a high schooler, man. Bear. Immediately. No second thought. Alright. But that's it. That's the tier list. My top 10. Silent Hill 3, Divine Frequency, Pools, Mouthwashing, Pizza Tower, Ultra Kill, Squirrel with a Gun, Astrobot, The Choice of Voicer, The Anthology of the Killer. You guys have Oblivion, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Simpsons Hit Run, Paper Mario, Futurama, and Squirrel with a Gun, God of War 3, Ocarina of Time, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, Black Myth Wukong, Beyond Good and Evil, Ooblets, Plum Grove, Samurai Jack Battle Through Time, Granny Sim, Mouthwashing, Donkey Kong 64, Still Wakes the Deep, and What was the other number? Spiritfarer. And what was the other one? Hold on. Astrobot. Astrobot for the other number 1. That was you guys, the community top 20, we'll say. Next year, I will have this be a little more organized, where hopefully it's not all slapdash for some of this stuff. But yeah, that was it. I'm going to end it there. I want to say Happy New Year to everyone. Have a great night. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much, Katra, for the 6th month of Tier 1. That's incredibly nice of you. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a great 2025. I'm looking forward to a good 2025 with plenty of games to stream. And I don't want to say we're going to have a bigger list next year when we do this, because this was a pretty big list this year. This was 145 games. It would be neat to hit 150, but I'm not necessarily going to try to do that, because that's... Goddamn, it took us 3 hours to get through the tier list. I didn't realize, but it took us 3 hours to do... Everything else took an hour. It took us 3 hours to do the tier list. I thought that was going to be short. But have a great night, guys. Adios. I will see you all tomorrow morning. No, I'll see you all later tonight. We're going to play some more Oblivion. We got enough people here, so I'm going to raid out. I'm going to drop you guys off somewhere. Who do I want to leave you with? Who is going to take the best care of you? Alright, well, I hear Cozy from the background. Kailasaur. I'll drop you off there. Looks like they're drawing a frog. Oh no, they're coloring an acorn for a frog. Alright, have a great night, guys. Adios. I'll see you later.